Prime Minister caused these blockades in the first place. And I am concerned about the businesses that were affected, and I'm also concerned about the governmental blockades that remain in place today, the attacks on the freedoms of Canadians to have a job, to go to work, to frequent restaurants, to raise their kids, to have their kids smile and have that smile seen again. Those are the blockades that we now need to focus on eliminating, and that's what I will continue to fight for.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague, first of all, I thank him for his speech. I share many of his points. There is an emergency that needs to be addressed by the government, but would he agree with me that the situation that we experienced on the Hill for the past 3 weeks are situations that could be resolved here and elsewhere if the government had attacked these issues right away when they occurred, rather than waiting and coming forward with the heavy artillery and the Emergencies Act every time there is a problem? Should they not address it immediately? We're not talking about demonstrators, we're talking about people who were occupying Wellington. Could that not have resolved the issue instead of invoking
What's up, Nicole, Cinderella?
La réponse.
Question for you. What are the odds that Trudeau escalates further and starts targeting opposition politicians? I bet you he does that.
The problem that demonstrators were talking about, the Prime Minister provoked these demonstrations. He attacked truckers' jobs, other jobs, even when the rest of the world was starting to lift these restrictions and vaccine mandates. And now he's acting to lift restrictions and to allow people to go back to work. He should stand in the House of Commons to reject this unacceptable power grab and give back to Canadians their freedoms.
As I wanted to start this early,
and I'd like to thank my colleague from Carleton. The member from Carleton, colleague, the MP for Cypress Hills Grassland, appeared in a video with convoy leader Pat King, an avowed white nationalist who's quoted as saying many racist, xenophobic, anti-Indigenous, and anti-Semitic things, including, in quotes, the Anglo-Saxon race has the strongest bloodlines, and that, in quotes, unless we fight back, we will all be speaking Hebrew, close quotes. Through you, Madam Speaker, if he was elected leader of the Conservative Party, would he be willing to kick this member out of caucus, or does he support fraternizing with dangerous white supremacists? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
From the very beginning, I stated that every single person who acts inappropriately, makes racist comments, engages in unlawfulness or blockades should be personally responsible for their conduct. And that is something that I would uphold as leader and as Prime Minister. And I can say that I would not tolerate any of the racist behavior that we have seen from the current Prime Minister, whether it is his ugly racist past, whether it is the racist manner with which he has treated numerous members of his caucus who have spoken out against it, whether it is continuing to give $1 billion to the CBC, an organization of whose 500 employees have said that organization is systematically racist. I will not tolerate any of that racism in my future government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I join fellow members of Parliament in debating the government's invocation of the Emergencies Act and the extraordinary powers of the Act that have never been used by any government since the Act was created in 1988.
You didn't know I don't coach tennis anymore.
I believe that the responsibility each of us carries individually to our respective constituents and the responsibility we hold collectively to the people of Canada are of extreme gravity. Today Canada is more likely divided than we've ever been before. This division has grown during a time when Canada has faced not just one crisis, but layers of crises and unprecedented challenges. It is within the context of division and crisis that Canadians look to us, their members of Parliament, to focus on the leadership required to start healing divisions and focus on the questions that need to be answered for the government to produce a plan for recovery. As we undertake our work today and any other day, let us not forget for a moment that Canadians are counting on us, all 338 of us, to deliver the leadership that they want and deserve. Prior to the government's official confirmation on February 14th that it was invoking the Emergencies Act, the leader of the official opposition asked the Prime Minister if he considered the protests in Coutts, Alberta, Windsor, and Ottawa to be threats to the security of Canada that Section 16 of the Act refers to. In response to her question, the Public Safety Minister told the leader of the official opposition that since the beginning of the blockades, and I will quote, "This federal government has provided law enforcement with all of the resources they have needed," end quote. It is important to note here that the Minister of Public Safety did not confirm that the blockades represented threats to the security of Canada, the threshold set out in Section 16. Rather, the Public Safety Minister confirmed that the federal government had provided law enforcement with all of the resources they have needed. If the government believed on February 14th that the blockades represented threats to the security of Canada described by Section 16, they should have said so, but they did not. If the government had truly provided law enforcement with all of the resources that they needed since the beginning, then who needed the resources of the unprecedented powers that the government invoked with the Emergencies Act? On February 14th, before the government invoked the Emergencies Act, the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor was reopened. The blockade at Coutts was in its waning hours before it ended the next day. In Ottawa, the RCMP and the Ontario Provincial Police had established an integrated command centre with the Ottawa Police Service 3 weeks after the blockade began. Within 4 days of forming the integrated command centre, law enforcement in Ottawa was clearing the blockade. All of this is to say that all of the blockades that the Prime Minister was questioned on February 14th, one was cleared, a second one was coming down, and the days of the Ottawa blockade were numbered as law enforcement branches integrated their commands. And yet here we are today in this extraordinary sitting of the House, trying to get a straight answer from the government as to why they insist on continuing to invoke the extraordinary powers of the Emergencies Act. This is a question of profound gravity because the powers this government has bestowed upon itself with scant explanation why, that is profound in itself. I am disappointed that we are here today debating this serious question, and the fact that this question and many more have not been clearly answered by the government over the past 6 days, and this should raise red flags for all members. It is incumbent on all members of all parties to insist that the government provide us and Canadians clear, complete, and timely answers, because
yeah,
our
Karen, we
history
get it. Thank you. Please, guys, if you're going to comment, please don't copy and paste over and over again. It's annoying. I'll just remove you from the chat.
By the powers similar to those we are examining today. The Emergencies Act was created in 1988 to replace and prevent the abuses inflicted under the War Measures Act. The War Measures Act was replaced because its powers had been wrongfully applied by federal governments that failed to reflect upon asking and answering essential questions before the powers were deployed on Canadian citizens. These powers were wielded in Canada's World War I internment activities from 1914 to 1920. Although internees were predominantly recently immigrated Europeans, mostly from the Western Ukraine, Canadian-born and naturalized British subjects were also interred. Similarly, the powers of the War Measures Act were also wielded in the internment of persons of Japanese heritage, including Canadian-born Japanese Canadians and others during the Second World War. These applications of the War Measures Act raised and continue to raise serious questions of what thresholds of threat to the security of Canada justify the application of powers such as those invoked by the government on February 14th. It is up to all of us, Madam Speaker, here in this House of Commons, to ensure that we have learned from the history, because if we have not learned, and if we have not asked the questions, and if we have not made informed and just decisions, we make ourselves and Canada vulnerable to repeating history. Madam Speaker, we are examining the questions before us today because the government has chosen to invoke the Emergencies Act, even though 2 of the 3 blockades that existed a week ago have been eliminated, and the 3rd is all but over. That said, I call on the government to rescind this invocation and turn its focus and the focus of this House to the crises in Canada that persist unabated today. As I mentioned at the outset, Canada today is severely divided, wrapped up in crises, and Canadians are counting on us to provide leadership in pursuit of recovery that all Canadians want and need. Last week, the Conservative motion proposing a reasonable approach to help lower the temperature across Canada by providing Canadians a specific plan and timeline for ending all federal mandates was defeated. I call on the colleagues from all parties to reflect on the opportunity that was missed last week. A missed opportunity to start taking down fences and rebuilding bridges. Madam Speaker, Canadians need a signal and hope that we are nearing the end of restrictions and mandates. For too long, Canadians have been hoping for a plan to move forward, and I'm not sure how much longer some can continue to hold on. Over recent months, I've heard from constituents suffering from extreme stress and mental health challenges.
All right, Karen's gone.
Some called me in tears because they're afraid to leave their homes for fear of being confronted because they're unable to wear a mask or be vaccinated due to extreme
Yes,
conditions.
this is live.
Many others have called because they have not been able to spend time with their family and loved ones, and others have called because they have lost their jobs due to the multitude of COVID-related mandates and restrictions. Canadians need unity, not division. Overcoming the crises and unprecedented challenges Canadians face today should start with the members of this House embracing the mantles of leadership, setting aside partisan interests, and embracing national interests on behalf of Canadians. United,
just wanted to show this is sought. Apparently there are some people still out there protesting. This is his YouTube channel. I'm not sure exactly where he is, but
we can start reclaiming
just want to kind of switch back and forth between these two things, but Zot is out and about.
United, we can start to restore connections and mental health eroded by 2 years of restructuring.
And I did see the video about the UN planes in
United, we can rebuild our confidence of Canadians, their parliament, and our country. United, we can build a better Canada.
Comments, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I've heard a lot of conversation, particularly from the opposing side, about divisiveness and how we need to create greater unity across our country. And my question for the member opposite.
Some people are saying that's the War Museum, is that right?
Unity, how much has he been speaking, and what does he plan to do to help to reach out to people who may disagree with his perspectives? What will he say to reach out to the truckers who were unable to cross the border because there were blockades? And they were unable to do their work because of those blockades by people who were illegally blocking our borders. So perhaps in seeking to overcome this divisiveness, what is he doing to reach out to those people who disagree with him?
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her question.
She put that mask right back
what
on.
I've been doing to reach out to the people that disagree with me. I listen to them. I hear their phone messages. I receive their emails, thousands of them over the past few weeks and days. Unprecedented numbers. I read them, I listen to their messages, I phone them back when they're asking, when time permits. Unlike the Prime Minister, who calls them misogynistic, racist, and ignores their pleas.
Yes, the Liberals are very condescending.
That is what I'm doing versus what the Prime Minister has done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I agree, we need to see a way out of the pandemic. I agree that we are in need of hope. Inuit, Métis, and First Nations were given hope by the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper when he used an apology.
Can Canadians
to
explain the
students
NDP
of
party and who they are and what they represent,
2008.
please, for the chat?
In that same government, the Conservatives made cuts to the initiatives, important initiatives like the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. Is this the same hope that the Conservatives are aspiring to Canadians?
Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. The Indigenous connections that I've made since becoming elected in 2015 continue to build. We've built relationships and better understanding of the cultures, and that is something that I will strive to continue to build as I continue as a member of Parliament, and I'll continue to push that amongst the members that I serve with here, all members on all sides of their house, so that we can build those relationships with our Indigenous people in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague from North Okanagan, Shuswap. Just a short reminder that it's quite offensive to refer to Indigenous people in this country on whose territory we live as quote unquote our. But my question to him was, he referenced a number of emergencies where the Emergencies Act was not invoked. I was here in Parliament October 14th, 2014. It was a horrific event. It was a time that we actually closed Parliament for the afternoon, but not because there was an ongoing threat, but because people were traumatized and needed to go home. But the reality of that was there was no ongoing threat. It was over that day. And that would be the same about 9/11. It didn't. There was no attack on Canadian soil. There was no thought of an attack on Canadian soil. There was no threat to the security of Canada. So I'm asking the honourable member, and a number of members of his caucus have made this point, if he doesn't agree that it would be better not to put red herrings into this debate so we can talk about what's really happening now.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, and I appreciate the correction from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I wrongly inserted the word "our" in my comment, and I apologize for that.
You should never apologize for something like that.
It was not about the motion.
So ridiculous.
On our opposition day a week and a half ago, that was voted down by members opposite, that would have seen hope for Canadians to move forward, a plan, some sort of timeline to get past the restrictions and mandates that we're seeing continued, and the continued restrictions now that are being put in place on people's bank accounts through this Emergencies Act. This is a point where we all need to come together and work as collectively as 338 parliamentarians to find solutions that Canadians need. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you.
Just wanted to show Zot's live stream right now, where he's out, I think, by the War Museum or wherever it was.
To speak to this motion today. I don't hate members of the Conservative Party or of the Bloc Québécois or members of the NDP. I don't hate people who don't share my political opinions. I don't hate people who are not vaccinated. In fact, I have friends who are not vaccinated. We can talk with one another respectfully. Sometimes I make good points and sometimes the other makes good points. But we remain friends to this day because we do so respectfully. I have no problem talking to people who don't share my vision of things as long as what we talk about is factually correct. As any right of freedom, rights and freedoms have limits, and I would quote Section 1 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees the rights and freedoms stipulated there.
I think this guy just muted himself. While they're working that out, I'm going to go over to Zot's channel here.
Dans les rues d'une municipalité,
you can see what's going
pour
on.
une
These
journée
are
ou deux,
peaceful, law-abiding Canadian citizens that are out here trying to have a voice, and they're just trying to censor us and stifle us and keep everything down, including using unnecessary force against us. So we appreciate all the love and support, but get out and support your local Freedom Convoy platforms. Find them up on Facebook and get out there and get involved. In Toronto, there's the Convoy for Freedom Toronto, and I could tell you that there was roughly, I think I was down there the night before helping them get set up, and they had about 150,000 people in Toronto yesterday. And you tell me if you guys seen that on CBC or CTV or CP24, you don't see these things because they don't want you to. The more
the issue. Can you hear me in English now? You may continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was unaware that we had changed over. I'm sorry. I should have apologized. I'm sorry. So as I was saying, is it reasonable to blockade borders when economic activity through those borders is so important? Over $300 million a day. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, when an important employer of my riding phoned me to say that if this went on for another 4 or 5 days, that employer would have had to let go over 500 employees. So these blockades at the border crossings were unreasonable. The weapons that were found in the Coutts blockade, that's not normal either.
I don't believe that for a second, that those weapons were those protesters.
Speaker, I just want to make it clear that, yes, there were reasonable people among the protesters. I spoke with farmers, with truckers, parents who were frustrated because their governments have told them, look, just get vaccinated and then there won't be any more lockdown. Nevertheless, there were lockdowns. And I'm happy to say I understand that. And of course, I do not support endless lockdowns.
I did not support or give any legitimacy to this protest in Ottawa because I knew who the organizers were right from the get-go. Yes, the protests did evolve, but the organizers were always the same. I know many who attended were not aware of these people's view. In a democratic society, it is not normal for leaders of a protest to want to overthrow a government without any mandate.
This is the problem right here with a guy like this. He was lying through his teeth to everyone. He is a friggin' liar, an absolute liar.
To present a non-confidence motion towards the government if they have lost the confidence in the ability of the government to govern. They can do so without any fears from cabinet, the military, or the police.
Everyone here, you guys all saw everything that was going on from everybody's live stream. This guy is a fucking liar.
Other countries. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for confirmation of a declaration of emergency. I believe the criteria have been met. Protesting to the extent of having a major economic impact at our borders is an emergency. Canada is a G7 country. An unstable border is bad for investments. Just this week, again, protesters tried to again occupy the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor. That is not normal. In fact, Mr. Speaker, supply chains were already fragile, but were being threatened by these blockades. Cryptocurrency, foreign cryptocurrency being used to finance these types of activities is not normal and not covered under any act at the moment. In fact, early analysis demonstrated that the majority of the funding came from outside of Canada. The rule of law must always be upheld in Canada.
Member Karen.
We can't enjoy any of our rights and freedom if we do not have law and order. And I want to make it clear that this public order emergency is not about calling the army on civilians in Canada.
That's exactly what it was.
I did receive many phone calls at my office about this. And of
I don't know
course,
who this
I
guy
would
is,
oppose
but he
that
is
if
a
it were
dirtbag
the
and a
case.
half.
In Ottawa, the tools that were given under the Act were used by the police without any military presence. It was never about that. It was always about making sure law and order is restored in Canada. But for some, rather than condoning misinformation, some used it for their own political advantage. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about the influence of misinformation that plays into our country and into people's lives in Canada. It's not normal for Canadians to be screaming or physically assaulting media in a democratic society. The Charter clearly outlines freedom of expression and guarantees freedom of the press. We must do everything to fight misinformation, and it is incumbent on all of us.
So, in other words, we have to fight this guy because this is the guy. This is the person right here
about us to support that freedom. Canada can only
fine with
remain
tyranny,
a true democratic
fine with oppression.
democracy
This
if
is
media is able to question
absolute
and criticize governments and political leaders
megalomaniac
without fear of being assaulted by citizens. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I've had lots of conversation over the past few months with many that disagreed with my view on vaccines. Many thought that the Prime Minister and political leaders are undergoing a criminal trial law, international criminal trial law, and I worry about them as they are swimming in a bath of misinformation. And I don't know how to help them. I've had many conversations with them, and I've tried to be rational, but they believe what they believe. And I know that some who are in Ottawa also believe those same measures. But at the end of the day, law and order must always be restored in Canada if we want to enjoy those freedoms. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. As I've just said, law and order must be restored. And without law and order, none of us can enjoy our rights and freedom. Thank you.
Why is it even necessary now? Everybody was kicked out of the protest area, so it's no longer needed.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is a very dangerous man, very dangerous man.
I appreciated the tone of my colleague's speech. My ex-colleague at the Ergo Committee, with whom I have had the occasion to share many thoughts before. That said, I will put to him the same question that I put to another colleague a little earlier. Where and how do the emergencies measures and the Emergencies Act provide authorities and rights to the police officers that they didn't have before? Before this, wasn't it possible for the police forces to coordinate among themselves, to give tickets, to enforce a legal order, a court order? How do these Emergency Act powers empower them differently? And what are these new authorities? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. The aim of our conversation, our debate, is not to point fingers at each other. I think we all have
this
an
man makes me
equal
sick to my
duty
stomach.
as parliamentarians to lead by example, which I see so far, and I say this to all of us, all parties. This is inappropriate. We are not living up to this aim. I mentioned in my speech the matter of foreign funding. That is not an authority available in the current powers. And the Chief of Police of Ottawa mentioned that he is happy for the new authorities, and I am an MP from Ontario. The Premier of Ontario supports our having declared a public order emergency, and I stand with him.
Comments, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to listen to members opposite talking about things such as law and order and the seriousness of the situation. I'm wondering if the member opposite could enlighten all of us in this House this vast seriousness of how many people were charged under the treason or seditious conspiracy or seditious intent or riot, or perhaps were they charged with other things, or some, as we do know, were sent on their way after being led out of the city. And I guess the other part, Mr. Speaker, is law and order related to specifically not having a warrant to freeze people's bank account. Is that really what the member opposite thinks is law and order?
Yeah, that's exactly what he thinks. He's a dictator.
Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you,
and he's
Mr.
not even
Speaker.
in the House. He's in his office somewhere.
The honourable member that 73 bank accounts have been frozen to this date. There were thousands of protesters on Parliament Hill and in the streets of Ottawa who never saw their bank accounts being frozen. In terms of prosecution, I won't comment on that, but I'll just remind the honourable member that some got charged in the Vancouver riot 5 years after it took place. So obviously we have to let the police do their job, and I won't comment on that as it's not my place to comment.
Come on to our questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. Of course, within his role of agriculture and agri-food, he would know the extraordinary importance of ensuring that our supply chain is maintained across that border. One of my colleagues for Windsor West spoke about this morning the incredible impact that this has had on his riding, of course being within that border on that border crossing, and he called for this government to put forward a safe border task force. Is that something that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can support? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say to the honourable member, I would support any measures that look at how to reinforce our border. Obviously, it was unthinkable in Canada that certain people would block the trades that happens between the U.S. and Canada, not only the U.S., but also Mexico as they travel through there. And for the first time, our supply chains were actually being threatened. When you've got Ford and Toyota having to lay off people temporarily because they can't operate, that's an issue. When you have food companies saying that they are not able to either send some food down south or us get food up here, that's an issue, and that actually threatens the security of Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
But letting illegal aliens
Thank you, Mr.
in
Speaker.
is okay.
Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues, I rise to speak at a moment where we are all called on to do what is right, to choose to defend our democracy and the fabric of our country. I'm the child of immigrants who were part of freedom movements that saw the overthrow of oppressive colonialism in East Africa. Members of my family experienced the violence of a dictatorial, xenophobic regime in Uganda, which used its powers to harm its citizens. So I know all too well what happens when a government overuses its powers. My family came to Canada to seek safety, prosperity, peace, and order. And Mr. Speaker, to this day, my family is grateful for the freedoms that they have as Canadians. Freedoms that they have had and continue to have through the pandemic. Freedoms enshrined by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But when they became Canadians, Mr. Speaker, they also accepted the responsibilities that come with citizenship. Something that I have come to realize that many of us who are born in this country may forget. Our citizenship isn't just about rights, but about responsibilities. Our responsibility to protect one another's safety, to stand up in the face of hatred, to make sacrifices for the greater good. Sacrifices like the ones Canadians have made throughout the pandemic, because they know that that is how we take care of each other. Sacrifices like those being made by our healthcare workers, like those in my riding of Vancouver Granville, who continue to fight hard to keep us safe and healthy in the face of anger and threats. So let's talk about where we are today. The illegal blockades of Ottawa, of other cities and of our borders is not about Canadian truckers. The vast majority of Canadian truckers are out there doing their jobs, keeping the Canadian economy going. They are and continue to be unsung heroes, and we thank them. They are.
sorry to mute, but I have to say this. These people on the Liberal side are more than happy to blame the truckers for the supply chain issues when it was them who created the lockdowns because of COVID that caused the shortages that we're seeing now. Those little blockades that they're talking about making a big deal of is not what caused the supply chain issues that we're having globally. This is the liberal left that caused the problems, and now they're blaming truckers. It's a friggin' joke.
Democracy. We hold this right dearly, and it is one that we defend at all cost. But that's not what we've been dealing with over the last 3 weeks. From the first day of this occupation, it was illegal. It was allowed to go on for 21 days in the hope that it would come to an end. Occupiers were warned repeatedly. They chose to ignore every single request to leave by the federal government, by the province, by the City of Ottawa, and by the citizens of Ottawa themselves. The members of this occupation and the blockades actively chose to weaponize their misguided notions of freedom against our collective national interest, the Canadian economy, and indeed Canadians themselves. Choking off cities, blocking off supply chains, shutting down borders and interrupting trade with a deleterious impact on the Canadian economy are not forms of legal protest. The participants of these illegal blockades are not free to take the law into their own hands, which is what they tried to do. Their actions have negatively impacted the rights of workers to earn a living. They've harmed businesses already hit hard by COVID, and they've obstructed
the Liberal
people's
Party
right to freely cross
in
the
all
border.
world governments
These acts
across the
are
planet took
illegal.
away people's right
That's
for a
why
living.
the Premier of
That's what
Ontario, Doug
happened.
Ford, asked for federal assistance last week. He said, and I quote, "We need to do what it takes to restore law and order in our country. Blocking billions of dollars of trade, putting hundreds of thousands of jobs on the line, and continuing to disrupt the lives of everyday Ontarians cannot continue." That's why even Jason Kenney's Conservative government acknowledged in reference to the Coots blockade that local and provincial efforts to clear the blockade had failed. In a letter, Rick McIver, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, wrote, quote, "In order to ensure a return of free movement of people, vehicles, and goods and services, we are seeking federal assistance in removing obstructions from the highway. We are looking to the Government of Canada for assistance." Mr. Speaker, we cannot and must not make this a partisan issue. Yet sadly, the opposition has chosen to do just that. And Mr. Speaker, it surprises me that the Conservative Party, the authors of this very act that we have invoked, the party that has claimed to be the party of law and order, that claims to be on the side of law enforcement, are opposed to restoring law and order. Instead, they have stood with, they have supported.
We have a point of order. Un point d'ordre du député de Beauport.
And that's where the hecklers need to come out and just heckle this son of a bitch. And whoever on the Conservative side comes up needs to tell who it is that caused the problems with the supply chain.
They hear each other. Listen. But look, when people are yelling from one side to the other of the chamber, it's difficult to do so. It would be very nice to see my colleagues who truly do wish to speak to each other do so outside the chamber. I thank the honourable member for her intervention. I fully agree. We are here to speak and to be heard and to hear. It's very lucky that we are able to put questions and have comments heard at the end of speeches.
Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead, members of the opposition have stood with, encouraged, supported, and even broken bread with the very people who have terrorized the citizens of Ottawa and threatened the lives of law enforcement officials. The organizers of this movement have led blockades that have cost the Canadian economy billions of dollars. Many of the organizers are not interested in protecting the rights of Canadians. They are interested in overthrowing a democratically elected government. They have told us this repeatedly, and so we must take them at their word. And this is precisely why we need the
Camaro,
Emergencies
drop
Act.
all the useless mandates and all goes away. Exactly. All this goes away.
The former National Security Advisor to Stephen Harper and the former Director of CSIS agreed it was appropriate to invoke the Emergencies Act, particularly referencing the federal banking measures as a clear example of where no other jurisdiction could intervene. He said, and I quote, "I think it's pretty clear that there have been instances where the provinces, whatever they have done, have not had the necessary constitutional authority to make a difference." The invocation of the Emergencies Act, Mr. Speaker, was absolutely essential for many reasons, and it allowed the federal government, in partnership with other jurisdictions, to implement a multi-pronged approach to addressing this national crisis. Some examples. First, right here in Ottawa, it allowed the city to bring in police forces from outside jurisdictions and authorize them to get to work immediately without the need to be deputized, a process which would have further delayed clearing the occupation. And I was particularly proud to see members of the Vancouver Police Department joining their colleagues from across Canada in defending our democracy. Second, the Act allows us to stop the financing of these illegal blockades, and further, it allows the City of Ottawa to seize and sell vehicles used in the illegal blockades to use the proceeds to offset the millions of dollars in losses incurred by the City of Ottawa. Third, it prohibits the use of certain property, including goods, to support blockades. These are some examples. So while Ottawa is cleared, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the hard work of our police forces, there is still work to be done to bring this crisis to a conclusion. I, like all in this House, want this act to come to an end quickly. But we all know that there are credible threats that ultra-right-wing extremist forces continue to organize and seek to redouble their efforts to disrupt Canadian society, our economy, and our freedoms. An example of this is simply we look at what happened at Coots. The weapons that were found, body armor, machetes, oversight magazines, and confirmations that some of those sought to kill our CMP officers if they tried to take down the blockade.
Guy.
Let's not kid ourselves, Mr. Speaker. This isn't about their dislike for a Liberal government or a vaccine mandate or about freedom. This is about a fundamental opposition to, a repudiation of our democratic system of government, which values the voice of every single Canadian, regardless of race, sexual orientation, gender identity.
I don't know how the government works, but y'all need to make sure that whoever this Talib Nur Muhammad needs to never see government again, vote him out, work as hard as you possibly can to make sure this guy never sets foot in a government position ever again. This is absolutely obscene.
Be able to disrupt government, to attack with impunity law enforcement officials, to shut down trade routes, to take over our capital for weeks. I will say to this House that these threats to our pluralistic democracy are real, and that the Canada that has been built by Liberals, Conservatives, New Democrats, and others alike is at risk. This is not the time to side with extremists, nor to grant legitimacy to those who would seek to undermine our democracy or our values. This is the time for all of us to stand united in our defense of peace, order, and good government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honneur de député.
The Honourable
Somebody
member
needs to tear this guy up.
Holt.
Friends that have contributed to the convoy because they believe in their efforts. Now they're afraid that they won't be able to make their mortgage payment, they won't be able to pay their bills, they won't be able to feed their families. How can we assure our citizens that this government will not pursue that action? Thank you.
The Honourable Member of Vancouver Grenville.
That's it.
I thank the Honourable Member for her colleague. And I think it's important to know that the government has and continues to reassure citizens of this country that law-abiding citizens will not be caught up in some kind of massive dragnet. That is not what these measures are about.
That's exactly what it is, you lying son of a bitch.
I believe it's 73 bank accounts. Right. 73 bank accounts is the total that have been shut down so far. So
who believes that? 73 bank accounts. Who believes that? I don't.
Law-abiding citizens have nothing to worry about.
Wow. Yeah, we have nothing to worry about from this guy.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened with care my colleague's speech. I've got two questions. I didn't hear him say much about his position on the right to assembly, to demonstrate. I'm wondering if he thinks that's an important right.
No, he doesn't.
Another question. At present, Wellington Street in Ottawa has been cleared by a coordinated effort of several police
Sean David,
forces.
one account is too many.
At this
Very
point
well
in
said.
time, given the state of the streets, does he think that this act is still necessary? We might say it's useful, yes, but is it necessary? Must we have it?
I thank my honourable colleague for her very important question. On the first point that she raised, the right to demonstrate peacefully and lawfully is enshrined in our Constitution. It is enshrined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it is something that we all hold dear and we will always defend. This is not meant to obstruct in any way, shape, or form peaceful, legal protest. On to her second point, Mr. Speaker, in respect of now that Wellington Street is clear, as I said in my speech, this isn't just about what is happening in Ottawa. This is about making sure that local police forces have the support that they need. It is about making sure that those issues that need to be resolved are resolved so that we can then pull back the use of this act as quickly and as promptly as possible. And like the member opposite, I share her desire for us
Guys,
to bring
it'll
this
never
to
get
an end
pulled
as
back. I
quickly
just
as
want you to know that. If they're
So,
still
any
trying to put it in
questions
place right
and
now, they're
comments?
never
The
going to
honourable
remove
member
it.
for
It's
Victoria.
going to be over for you if you let them have
Thank you,
it.
Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech.
If the
You know, we've
Conservatives don't fight
witnessed
this.
some deeply troubling events, and I want to ask the member about two of them. I was deeply disturbed seeing how journalists have been treated over the past few weeks. Reporters experienced harassment, threats,
There's
intimidation.
another
Occupiers
liberal.
repeatedly yelled fake news, spit on journalists, swarmed reporters. It was also horrifying to see hate symbols flying in
Another
our nation's
huge liar.
capital. And as convoy
Huge
members
liar.
initially set up in Ottawa as far-right white supremacists organized and foreign money poured into a movement that aimed to undermine our democracy, this government did nothing. Why did the government wait? Why didn't they act earlier to address the financing of far-right white
kidding me, this
supremacist
woman?
plans to threaten our
Laurel
democracy? And
Collins?
what will they do to ensure journalists are able to do their jobs without fear of violence?
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question. In terms of journalists, I was actually speaking to a friend of mine who was a journalist who was harassed yesterday by...
Guess it's not even worth listening to. These are the people, okay, that talk this way and lie that have caused all of our problems. Okay, they're the ones with the lockdowns. They're the ones that are putting these laws in place. They're the ones using police to abuse people. Okay, if anybody who's being abused is independent journalists downtown in Ottawa that are trying to take video of what's going on and are getting trampled by police, horses, pepper sprayed, everything else you could possibly imagine. And these liars, Laurel Collins and Talib Nur Muhammad, these people are the enemy of freedom and law-abiding citizens. And they're sitting here lying here straight to everybody's faces. And it is despicable. These are crazy people. They're lunatics, and they're allowed to be in power. It's disgusting to watch.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sharing time with the member from Victoria. It is with a heavy heart that I speak to the House today. In what is becoming a far too often used phrase over the last 2 years, we find ourselves in yet another unprecedented situation. How did we get to this point where the Emergencies Act need to be used? The fact that we are here debating this is indicative of the fact that all levels of governments have failed to uphold even the most basic laws. As we know, law enforcement has been paralyzed for weeks. Until Friday, the police response in Ottawa has been to avoid towing or even ticketing vehicles out of, quote, fear of confrontation. Indigenous, Black, and other people of color from coast to coast to coast looked at this situation and rightfully asked how heavy-handed those same police forces would have cracked down on them if they attempted a fraction of what they are witnessing.
Okay, so here we go again. Another lying piece of garbage. Jenny Kwan. Where were they during the BLM protests, at least in the United States? They weren't doing anything. They were letting all these people get away with whatever they wanted. And then these law-abiding citizens who are peacefully protesting and getting the crap beat out of them and trampled by horses. This is unbelievable, these people that are in this government. And we have the same thing in America. And, of course, it's across the entire planet. All Klaus Schwab's minions, all people who belong in an insane asylum are actually in government, making laws, telling us what we can and can't do. These are lunatics who belong in an insane asylum.
Vaccination as a wedge issue in the election, throwing aside real leadership for partisan gain in the hopes of recapturing a majority. Meanwhile, Conservative MPs shook hands, vocally supported, and even did interviews in front of Canadian
She's
flags,
reading this, by the way. This is
with
not coming
swastika's.
from the heart.
In support of the occupiers, the Conservative members for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke even
See, she
referenced,
can't even
quote,
read.
global
She can't even read from the
jet-setting
paper. She's too
resetters,
stupid to be able to read what was given to
conspiracy
her.
theorists who believe the World Economic Forum is forcing some sort of great reset on society. The interim leader of the Conservatives, while she blames the Liberals for creating division in her emails, noting her party's support
That's it,
for the
Mendoza.
occupation.
She's reading from a
said, and I
script
quote,
because these people
"I
are too
understand the
friggin'
movement
stupid to
shift
talk on their
soon.
own because
We
they
need
have
to
no
turn
talking
this
points that are
into
legitimate."
the Prime Minister's problem. The only declared candidate for leader of the Conservatives, the member for Carleton, has been cheering the occupiers on from the start. And yet, here they are in this place, refusing to acknowledge the role they have played throughout this pandemic, nurturing the ecosystem of anti-vaxxers in conspiracy, blaming everyone else for creating division. In location across the country, most significantly the downtown core of Ottawa, we've witnessed over the past 3
Isn't it amazing how people like this want to blame others for their F-ups? All of their screw-ups, all of their divisiveness, all of the things that they've done to the supply chain, to people's wages. They're the ones who shut the businesses downtown Ottawa, by the way. They sent letters to all of the businesses to shut down. That's why they were shut down. It had nothing to do with the protesters. These are the people who do all of the things that ruin your lives, and then they blame conservatives for it. They blame the truckers for it who are protesting. These are evil lunatics. Evil lunatics, and we all have to see them for what they are. They belong in an insane asylum, not in Parliament Hill, not in Capitol Hill. And she's reading from a script, and she's too dumb to even read the words correctly. She should have at least practiced it before she went on to Parliament Hill to testify.
With a long history of posting white supremacy rants about, quote, Anglo-Saxon replacement theory, like to call it a peaceful protest.
Nobody listens to
Let's
this
be
stuff
clear.
anymore either.
Hurling
It's
racist
so
insults,
stupid.
harassing outreach workers to take food meant for the homeless, entering businesses and refusing to follow public health guidelines, and intimidating workers, banishing symbols of hate like the Confederate flags and swastikas, yelling at school children, assaulting journalists,
She can't even read that
deputizing
correctly.
themselves with unlawful authority to detain people, using international money or cryptocurrency to help fund this illegal occupation, issuing
That woman wouldn't know what
document to
cryptocurrency is
overthrow
if it landed
a
on her face.
democratically elected government, and to install in a governing coalition with this group.
I can't
with the
mute
Governor
this.
General
I know
and
everybody
Senate
wants for me to
is
mute it, but I
not
can't. I can't.
peaceful
You have to listen
protest.
to how stupid this person is.
Occupiers who, while they
You have to
complain
listen
about their
to
freedoms
how
being
dumb this
infringed
woman
on,
is and the rest of the Liberal Party.
sat in makeshift hot tubs on Wellington Street, while their children they've brought to the illegal occupation played in a bouncy castle with constant loud horns blaring that could cause damage to your
Bouncy
hearing.
castles.
And the irony somehow is
Oh my God,
entirely
the bouncy
lost.
castles and the
And for our
hot
conservative
tubs.
friends, where there's the existence of systemic
She
discrimination,
didn't like the bouncy houses and the
a
hot
woman's
tubs
right
and
to
the kids
choose gay
having
marriage,
fun.
trans rights, or a number of other issues that pertain to the freedoms and rights of people in this country, conservatives are more than willing to ignore charter rights when it doesn't align with their views of their base. But the Liberals aren't much better. Remember in 2015 and the last election under first past the post? Well, that got scrapped when the identified proportional representation system didn't align with what the Prime Minister wanted. And what about the freedom of assembly? They're no better than the Conservatives tripping over themselves to trample on the rights of workers with back to work legislation. The Conservatives want to claim that they are there for workers, that though there have been more than 4,800 complaints regarding unpaid wages filed by long-haul truckers to the Employment and Social Development Canada in the last 3 years alone. Yet the Conservatives have been completely silent on this injustice. Not only that, why are they not advocating for workers at Rideau Mall? The location of over 1,000 workers have been closed for weeks as a result of this illegal occupation. Retail workers in downtown Ottawa at this point have a $0 paycheck. We are in an unprecedented situation where the Conservatives have essentially cheered on this illegal occupation while the Liberals sat on their hands, allowing things to escalate unchecked. It should never have had come to this. We need a series of thorough examinations on how every level of government let things get to this state. Make no mistake, the NDP is taking the use of the Emergencies Act very seriously. We won't give a blank check to the Liberals. The government will have to stay within the established powers and ensure those extraordinary powers are not abused. or we will withdraw our support. Thus far, police forces have shown great restraint and care as they retake our streets. It is
Yes,
heartening
this
to
is a
witness.
meme.
I
You should put
sincerely hope that this
swastikas
approach,
all over
especially
this
to
woman's
actually
face in a
peaceful
meme.
demonstrations, whether it's indigenous peoples or racialized peoples, becomes the norm, not the exception. Mr. Speaker, we
If you took
need
all the
this
liberals and you added their
occupation to
IQ
end.
up, you
We're
wouldn't come
all
up with
tired of
3.
the impact of the pandemic. We want to return to some form of normalcy. We want to see a path going forward so Canadians can know what we want to see, a plan going forward so Canadians can know what they can expect. The NDP has called for this when our leader called for an emergency debate back on February 7th. All Canadians deserve to be safe and free of harassment. The residents of downtown Ottawa
guys, the word of the day
needed
is
us to
swastikas.
act to
If you
ensure
like
their
that,
safety and freedoms
make
are
sure you
protected.
click the
Mr.
like button.
Speaker,
That's going to be the
let's
word of
stop
the day for
partisanship,
the rest of the
let's
video.
get to work, and let's bring back safety
Jenny
for
Kwan,
all Canadians.
who can't even
And
read
equally
from her
important,
own
after all of this, let's look deeply into the situation
script
so
that
we
was
can
given to her
prevent this
by
from ever
Klausy
happening
Boy.
again, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for the time for allowing me
Yeah,
to
thanks for nothing, Jenny.
raise my voice today.
You dumbass.
Questions and comments, question and commentaire.
Yeah, Jenny doesn't, she wouldn't be part of the number 3 in the IQ, and you're right, I'm probably being too generous. It's probably
thank
more
you,
like negative
Mr.
3.
Speaker. I appreciate many of the comments that the member has stated. You know, shutting down the nation's capital, blockades of international trade corridors in Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario. Appeals for support coming from the Alberta government through the Ministry of Transport, the Premier's office in Manitoba, and Doug Ford supporting it here in Ottawa. My question to the member is that when we look at the Emergencies Act and what it has been able to accomplish in the short term in the last few days, and the potential threat going forward, if she could just provide her thoughts as to why it was necessary for Ottawa to step up to the plate as much as it could in order to ensure rule of law.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. Now, of course, the situation had escalated. There is a real question as to if the Prime Minister had intervened and did not sit on his hands for as long as he did and just passing the buck to jurisdictions, might we be able to...
It would be nice to know where the Conservatives are, because I don't know how this works. It's really annoying, but it is also interesting to watch because it is also interesting to see how dumb Jenny Kwan is. And to at least have these Conservatives just get up and say, Jenny, thanks for reading from a script because you're too stupid to come up with your own talking points, that you have to read a script that was given to you and you can't even read it right. Like, you're too dumb to even be in Parliament. You're too dumb to be a politician. Just resign. I mean, people have to start talking that way. Otherwise, nothing's going to change. I mean, this is...
Right now, let us be clear. It is an illegal occupation. Let's...
What was a softball question?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed by the member's answer to the question before, but also in the speech, because this is a blank check that the member is given, and this isn't the NDP of Tommy Douglas, who said that they're just a sledgehammer. The Emergencies Act is a sledgehammer on the peanut of what's going on right now. I'm asking the member specifically, if this isn't a blank check, then when should these emergency powers end? What is the view of the NDP? What is her view? When should these powers be gotten rid of? Because that's what I'm hearing from my constituents.
Hashtag swastikas,
they
love
want
it,
to know
Yankee.
when will the NDP stop supporting these measures?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed with the Conservatives with their actions to date.
I don't know why, but I am.
In some cases, cheering on the occupation. And that is the reality that has escalated the situation. In terms of the New Democrats, we've been clear right from the start that we will ensure that powers are not abused. What is happening right now and what's happened for the last 3 weeks is an illegal occupation. Under what circumstances is it okay for children and for seniors and for people living in the city of Ottawa to be afraid to walk out of their homes, for situations where people are experiencing loud noises all hours of the day?
Oh my God, loud noises. Oh my
If
God.
the member thinks that this is somehow okay, he needs to check himself. about
Jenny
what
from the
he's
block
doing.
said you better check yourself.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Enough.
Mr.
Check
Speaker,
yourself
an
and no
honourable
more
colleague from
swastikas.
Vancouver East. I wonder if she would agree that while the Emergencies
Oh,
Act
this
might
woman
be
again.
required
Oh,
here,
my
and I have to
God.
say I still haven't decided how I'm going to vote, it would be far better if there was precision around such things as how will banking regulations be used? What kind of financial support is required before a government would intervene and freeze a bank account? That's still a wide open question, and I'm sure there's an answer somewhere, but we haven't had it.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Democrats that call for measures for the government to ensure, for example, the issue of money laundering and how it is being used and how it's impacted our Canadian, how it's impacted Canada for a long time now. And the government has not acted. And she's right that we need to see accountability with these measures, and we'll continue to pursue that. And I also want to note for the Conservative friends who say that we don't need to take these actions, I would remind them that former Conservative MP Peter MacKay and Senator Vern White had also called for this action. They have indicated very clearly, and I quote, "What we have seen in the occupation of Ottawa and blockades at border crossings, it's not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada."
You guys understand something that bouncy houses, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but bouncy houses are a national threat. They're a threat to national security. I don't know if you guys knew that. And then even more dangerous than that, that Jenny from the block, Kwan, brings up a really good point, that hot tubs are also very dangerous and could kill millions of people. So they are also a national security problem that has to be dealt with and made illegal.
Of fear from the so-called Freedom Convoy. It is great to see them wearing their masks and enjoying the normally beautiful downtown core. Can the member say who it is more important to listen to? Public health officials whose interests are to protect the health of Canadians?
No,
or
that's
the
not what
extremist
that's not what they do.
leadership who have
They
attempted
protect
to overthrow
pharmaceutical
a democratically
companies.
Elected government?
Honourable member for Vancouver East with a very short answer.
I thank the member for her excellent question and her advocacy for Canadians, and particularly for people in her community. There is no question we need to listen to the science and respect.
Everybody
health
knows you have to listen to
authorities
science.
and their advice to
You
us.
have to listen
if we all
to
do that, we can all get out of this. And yes, by then we should be able
our
to
boy
end the
Anthony
mandate.
Fauci.
Please don't get vaccinated so we can
'Cause
see an
he
end
knows what's
to
best for you.
mandates.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am struck today by
Not
the
her
importance
again.
of
I
this
thought she was
moment,
done.
and
Oh my
also
God.
by the immense responsibility that we hold as members of Parliament. As people across the country deal with the impacts of a global pandemic, we are tasked with creating the laws that will best help them in challenges that they face, that will keep them safe and healthy, that will provide the support that they need. And in this already unparalleled moment in our history.
Okay, I'm muting her. I can't listen to this, Laurel Collins. No, these guys don't understand that Omicron, and everybody knows this now, the vaccine doesn't work against Omicron. But see, that's not what this is about. This is about taking control, telling you what to do, where to go, how to do it. You don't even need the Emergencies Act anymore because there's nobody downtown because everything's been removed. So what is this about? It's not about science, not about health, not about anything. It's about taking control. So Laurel Collins, look at her. Pathetic. And they call these people honorable. That's what's really funny. Jenny from the block, Kwan, swastika. Laurel Collins, this woman is dumber than a box of bricks. Talib and Francis. All of these people are dumber than shit. And they have these positions in government. And they keep repeating the same things that everybody has already moved on from. We all know what the status is with vaccines and Omicron. We already know that the status with masks. We all already know what's going on. But people like Laurel who has a brain the size of a BB in a boxcar is trying to sit there and tell you the same thing. You got to listen to the science. You got to listen. Hey, man, science has moved on, man. You're the only one sitting in there still repeating the same stupid shit over and over again. Because, yes, they're all Klaus Schwab. I don't even think they're even smart enough to even know who Klaus Schwab is. I think they just repeat the same stupid-ass stuff that they hear from other liberals.
Of this occupation were very clear from the outset that their goal was to overthrow a democratically elected government. And when I first read their aims, I have to admit I laughed. I think, like most Canadians, to me, it sounded preposterous. They couldn't seriously think that the Governor General and the Senate could just remove the Prime Minister, or that it would be possible in Canada to hand over power to an unelected group of occupiers. But these organizers, many of them well-known far-right figures who have espoused Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, anti-Indigenous, and other hateful views, published their goals to take down the
Democratic
government in a
playbook,
manifesto.
repeating the same stupid
quote
things over and
Maya
over again
Angelou,
that no one even
when
pays
people
attention to
tell you
anymore.
who they
How
are,
dumb is this woman?
Believe them. This illegal occupation raised millions of dollars, had significant foreign involvement, was explicit in its goal to undermine our democracy. We've also
That is a great
witnessed
idea.
instances
Whoever
of
came up with
organized
who said this? Hold
militia-style
on.
activity, weapons seized,
Adrian, you
body
should make
armor with
swastika
white
t-shirts. That is a
supremacist
brilliant
insignia,
idea. Thank you.
thousands of rounds of ammunition. In January, the convoy as they initially rolled across the country, there were convoy supporters who went on TV saying, "We've got guns, we'll stand up and we'll bring them out." When people tell you who they are, believe them. And while
We
all
believe
of
that
this
you're
was
dumb as
happening,
balls.
we had a number of Conservative MPs welcoming the convoy to the city, handing out donuts, making excuses for the deplorable actions at memorials, encouraging them to stay. The member from Carleton saying he was proud of the convoy, that he stands with them. Convoy participants occupied the city, made it unbearable for residents. They harassed journalists, they harassed healthcare workers. There are reports of attempted arson, bomb threats to hospitals, plans to block airports.
You see, though, it's like she has no problem with just sitting there lying about every single thing that she's saying right now. If you actually watched citizen journalists taping everything, which I'm sure a lot of you have, she is lying about every single thing that she's saying and has no problem with it. That is a true sociopath who belongs in an insane asylum. This Laurel Collins, you've got to be kidding me that she literally thinks that, and we're probably, all of us are probably the only ones that are watching this right now, that she could sit here and say that kind of stuff and people believe her. I mean, most people that aren't paying attention in the world do believe what she's saying, and that's the scary part. And thank God for all the citizen journalists. Thank God for all the guys down there and women down there that were using their camera phones and things to tape what was really going on. Because it's Laurel Collins who will sit there and lie to the rest of the world and have no problem with it. Because she is a psychopath. She is a nut job. She is legitimately crazy. A crazy, listen to her. I'm talking and you listen to her, not even, like, you can't hear her voice. Look how crazy she looks when she's talking. She's a maniac. Look at her. Look at her eyes. She's got the AOC eyes. She's a lunatic. Sitting there lying. Everything that's coming out of her mouth is a lie. Look at her. This is what's running Canada. And these are the same people running the United States. It's disgusting.
Was necessary. It has been clear that for the past 3 weeks that the municipality, that a number of provinces were not able to maintain security in our nation's capital and at our borders. This is one of the key reasons why the situation meets the definition of a national emergency under Section 3 of the Act. Once the Emergencies Act was enacted, the interim Ottawa police chief made it clear that without these additional powers, they would not have been able to make the progress.
Doesn't she have
they
a time limit? This is the thing. Like,
Over
isn't there a time limit on
we finally saw
she gets
police
to talk
taking
all
appropriate
as
and
long as
measured
she
steps
wants
to remove the occupiers. The act allowed RCMP to direct tow truck drivers to tow vehicles. In addition, without the
Let's see
Emergencies
what else
Act,
is going
the
on here
RCMP
while
and
she
financial
continues to talk.
institutions.
Sorry, I can't listen to her anymore. Here's Zot. I don't know if this is actually Zot or his sister, because I know he was put in jail by people like Laurel Collins.
Got no candidate over here, guys.
Yeah, I think it's Zot's sister, I think. Yeah, she's still there.
What's your YouTube? It's Zot, Z-O-T. If you want to find it, yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Freedom Dog!
Zod is out. People are saying Charlotte. Is that his sister's name? That's Charlotte. Okay. So I was watching earlier this morning some independent journalists. Yeah, Laurel Collins is still talking. And these guys are going around. It was like it was a ghost town. There was really nothing going on. And I thought, well, maybe, yeah, I guess nothing was happening. And then people were talking about the War Museum, and that's where everybody was going. So I guess this is where Charlotte ended up going to. But this is Zot. This is his sister Charlotte, or Charlotte, whoever it is. I want to make sure that they get credit for this. I don't know of a way of putting, I could just click the screen and you can see that, but
This guy's got a fun hat over here.
yeah, guess what?
Looks like Oscar
Laurel
the
Collins
Grouch.
is still talking, but I'll come back to this. Gee, Charlie, she majored in endless drivel. Yeah, I'm sure she... And this is what's being taught. People like this, Laurel Collins is being taught. People being taught this kind of stuff in universities. It's a joke. I'm going to try and read as many of your comments as I can here. I'll turn this down a little bit. Just Dan Dix also Press for Truth. Yeah, Press for Truth channel. I was watching him this morning. I don't know if he's still doing anything right now, but he was on. I'll just check in here every once in a while and just show you what's going on over here. I can't help myself. I don't know how she gets all this time to talk, but I'm willing to bet it has something to do with corruption within Parliament. Oh, the speaker. Yeah, the speaker holds the key. There has to be a time limit. This is ridiculous. You have this Laurel Collins maniac. Please don't cry. She is CCP. Yeah, probably. Cindy M. Did she go to school with AOC? Yeah. Where'd they go? Boston College. She loves her voice. She certainly does. Oh, hopefully they finally said shut up. Go back to this real quick.
We're debating today, and ultimately on future legal tests, jurists will look back to our words here on Hansard that can help understand why the precedent was set. And my rationale is not unlike hers, which is the national capital and being occupied, the fact that individuals had talked about overthrowing a democratically elected government, not everyone, but certainly some of the core group that was involved, the economic harm that was associated with it, the fact that members have talked about reestablishing blockades, and the fact that there's been this level of foreign funding, and to really focus on the disruption of critical infrastructure. I support those limited tools. Of course, some conservatives are trying to make parallels to Wet'suwet'en and some of the blockades we've seen. To me, there doesn't give the same level of rise because there was not a threat to the democratic overthrow of the government. There was not the same level of foreign financing. And it was certainly clear that that could be addressed at the municipal and provincial level. Could the member opine to give those that might look back on this time a legal precedent of whether or not she would agree with those principles of why this is being established?
Honourable member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question, and I agree that in this case...
Nope, I'm not listening to her. Go back to Zot.
Oh God, this guy with his feather over
The fact that these guys, the liberals, are trying to say that the protesters are trying to overthrow a duly elected government is another lie. They just wanted the mandates to end. It was very clear. But these are more lies by Cody Blowy and Laurel Collins and Swastiker, Jenny from the block. They just can't say anything without lying. And you can't have a society, you can't have a government, you just can't have normalcy when you have people like that lying like they are. Here's a conservative.
Well, member for Victoria.
I didn't hear
I
it.
want to thank the member for his question.
Sorry.
And I think it is deeply concerning when a group of people espouse white supremacist, hateful, Islamophobic rhetoric, that they explicitly publish a manifesto that declares their intention to undermine our democracy. They fundraise millions of dollars, the majority of that coming from donors from outside of our country. It is deeply concerning. The fact that this member rises without that same concern
No, it's just people hate you,
is
Laurel.
troubling.
People hate you,
Thank you,
and
Mr.
people that you represent.
Questions and comments.
And that elected you. People hate you
The honourable member
because you're so stupid.
for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her speech. I was pleasantly surprised that she wasn't absolutely clear that she would support the Liberal Party in the invocation of this act. She had certain things that she wanted. I'd like to know, at this moment where the blockades have been dismantled and the city of Ottawa has been freed, practically freed, does she think that this act is still helpful,
That's a great
necessary,
question.
and indispensable?
I cannot wait to hear what the answer is for this.
I want to thank the member for her question. And we have been clear from the outset. New Democrats believe that this is a national emergency, that it was absolutely warranted to invoke the Emergencies Act, and that at any point when it is no longer necessary, or if the government overreaches, that we will withdraw our support.
See?
And so it is really incumbent
It's
on the
unneeded.
Liberal
We don't need it
government
now, but she
to
wants it.
demonstrate clearly why these powers are still necessary.
Yep. And it'll never be taken
We do
away.
have time for a very quick question.
It'll never
and
be taken
answer.
away once it's
The honourable
implemented.
member for Winnipeg Centre.
So much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for her brilliant
She has Miss Personality here.
intervention. I share her concern about extremism and the kind of heckling we've seen today, particularly from the official opposition, really undermining it, particularly when 45%, apparently according to new reports, supports this extremist convoy leadership. In saying that, I'm wondering if my honourable colleague feels the same way I do, that it is unfortunate that we are here, and the only reason we are here is because of a failure of all levels of government, including institutions such as the Ottawa Police Service, to actually deal with this matter.
The honourable member for Victoria, in a short answer.
I want to thank the member for her question, and absolutely, I agree 100%. You know, we have seen weapons seized, 14 firearms, sets of body armor,
Laurel
a machete,
Collins is
large quantities
a
of ammunition, including
terrorist
high-capacity
herself.
magazines. It is.
She is a
There are charges on
tyrant
conspiracy to commit murder. We are
terrorist.
seeing white supremacy rear its ugly head. We knew it was there, and this government
And this is
needs
out
to
of
take
the
action in the
playbook
future after
of
this emergency is over
Davos
to
Group
address
and
the
Klaus
white
Schwab
supremacist
saying white
rhetoric
supremacists,
and groups
swastikers,
that are so
all
clearly
this stuff.
existing
It's,
in our country.
it's all the same. All the
Reprise du
same.
débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before beginning, I'd like
People
to
are
say
correcting me who may have
that
just joined,
I'm
trying to
joining
correct me,
this
saying
House
swastika.
virtually
Jenny Kwan
from
calls it
the,
swastikers.
ancestral
So that's why we're
territory
saying
of Hainaut.
swastikers. That's the word of the day today is
Mr.
swastikers.
Speaker, I'd like to thank all the staff who work in this
It
Parliament.
is.
The
Here's another
protective
one.
services who make sure that we are safe, It's because of your
Guys,
work
nothing will
that
ever
we're
go back
able
to
do
normal
what
again
we
with
do
people
here
like
today.
this.
Mr. Speaker,
Soraya
the first
Martinez
I
Ferrada,
took part in a demonstration.
Cody Blowy,
I was in Santiago,
Jenny from the Block Kwan.
in a country where
These are people who are just dumber
and where
than
police
balls.
forces
Yes,
were
Nicole,
controlled
swastikers.
by the political will of a dictator.
Jenny Kwan
who
calls them
was not democratically
swastikers.
elected.
Monsieur le Président, comme le dit si bien Patrick Lagacé, et je cite,
Look at these people.
les vraies
All the liberals look
dictatures ne
alike
niaisent
too.
pas avec la POC.
Just miserable
Fin de
human
citation.
beings. They're just
Elle ne laisse
miserable.
pas des camionneurs venir
You
s'installer
know what
dans les
misery
rues.
loves?
They do not allow
Company.
truckers to set up shop on the streets of their capitals with banners openly insulting the government. That's not what real dictatorships do. They don't play around with the puck. They do not respect the rule of law. They do not provide a charter of rights and freedoms that give everyone protection.
Brian Smith, how likely
I
is it
also
the
hear my
Emergencies Act
colleagues
will be
recalling the sad
ratified
events of the 1970
after they vote
October
on it?
crisis, and I can
know.
fully understand them. I can understand that
If it's put in
Quebec
place,
people
it'll never
are
be removed.
reluctant
I'm telling you right now, it
given
never
their
will be.
traumatic historical past. I
And
understand how the
you
implications
can
of the
be
Emergencies
assured that
Act
Canada is it's over. It's going to be USSR.
That said,
It's
Mr.
going to be just
Speaker,
like back
these are
in
two
before the
very
80s and the 80s when Russia was communist,
To lump the two
fully
together
communist. You're
constitutes
done.
An undesirable shortcut.
And here's another one, right?
to
Yep, you're
excise
absolutely right. Who
today
said this?
A different historical context
Reading
in
from
the
a
past.
script. Frank Molinaro, she's reading from a
Calls and
script. That's correct.
conversations I've had with citizens in my
Because these people, they don't know how to lead anything.
People can tell the difference between these two
They were
different times.
infiltrated.
Our government
Klaus
is
Schwab
invoking
said
the
this,
Emergencies
that,
Act because
that
our
the
current
cabinet of
situation requires
Justin
such
Trudeau was
action,
infiltrated
as we saw this weekend.
by the World Economic
For
Forum.
24 days now, the blockades have been unlawfully disrupting the lives of Canadians, affecting our economy and public safety. When the trucks arrived in the city, they
Word of
were
the day, everybody,
protesting vaccination
swastikers.
mandates. This quickly turned into an occupation of the city by people who openly and officially stated their wish to overthrow the government. This demonstration is a total
Dara.
breach of public order.
Sarah, if I'm saying your name wrong. Keyboard warrior politicians reading their pimps'
Coming
letters.
from an activist, left-wing socialist family.
Come on,
well,
I love
does
the
this
comedy. I will
idea
read
of
all the
invoking
funny
the
stuff
Emergencies
as long
Act
as I
make me
can
happy? No.
catch it, because there's a lot of comments, so it's hard to
But
read
right
them all.
now, it's the responsible
Bill
choice to
France,
make.
Schwab's puppets,
This law does not intend
WEFers,
to repress
Sleeping
the right
Lioness.
to demonstrate, essential in our
Yes,
democracies, and a right that we
Sleeping
need to
Lioness. I've
defend
seen you before.
all
You've
our
been in the
other
chat
rights.
before.
In the past, demonstrations have allowed us to make great steps
I'm
forward
just
in
talking over her
society.
because she's saying the exact
All
same thing as
the
Cody
texts
Blowy
that recognize
and Laurel
human rights
Collins.
recognize the freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, which is guaranteed by the Canadian
And you notice how the
Charter
men,
of
the men
Rights
on the
freedoms. We've
liberal
seen
side
this in the
are
past.
so just weak.
Peaceful demonstrations.
Just Cody
People walking
Blowy
in
and
Montreal for
Francis,
climate change, for
the
example,
agriculture guy.
in 2019,
He's not real men.
thousands and
They don't
thousands of
stand
young
up for
people
anything.
marching
And
for the
especially
rights of
Justin
students.
Trudeau.
What
Trudeau.
we see here now in Ottawa
That is like
is not
about as
peaceful
effeminate as a
demonstrations,
man you can ever
occupation, and
possibly.
coordinated obstruction, behavior and actions that attack the foundations of our democracy. Think of Tamara Lich.
King
not a
Kong, can we
trucker.
all
She was
just
the
get along
secretary of
and
the
have a hot
Maverick
tub party?
Separatist Party and the creator of the Convoy fundraising campaign on the
Soy
GoFundMe
boys
platform.
sleeping, lioness, absolutely. All of
now
the
public that
you
the
have
movement
these
received
miserable
foreign
women on the
funding
liberal
to
side, and you have the cuck
destabilize
boys,
Canada.
soy boys, on the liberal
Jessica
men.
Davis,
They're just not real
an
men.
author and former employee of the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Center of Canada, FinTrack,
Schwabble
says,
gobblers.
is it possible
Adam
that
Baum,
some of this funding is coming from beyond
31,458.
Canada? I think this is a very important hypothesis, and we should explore
I'm writing
it.
that down. I'm going to
Mr.
steal that from
Speaker.
you, Schwabble gobblers.
We cannot use the right to demonstrate, to occupy a city. We can't use a right to take siege to a city.
Soraya,
We
just
cannot
keep
use
reading.
that right
Keep reading,
to
honey.
prevent the people in that city from working. And we can't use that right to terrify them, harass them, insist they remove their masks, for example. It is clear that we must all stand to protect the right to peaceful demonstration. But we know that this situation hasn't been peaceful. that it is unlawful that the laws have not been respected. In a democracy, we must stand against anyone who threatens
Betas.
others.
Sting, that's right. They're
keeps them
betas.
From living freely. And the right to free demonstration must never interfere with other rights, because the right to demonstrate
What's with
comes with
Pumphrey
responsibilities.
Gooch? What's with the
Emergencies Act does
what's
not
with that weird painting in the background?
set out to breach the freedoms of Canadians. Quite the contrary. It is applied in a specific way with a specific scope, allowing for using essential services such as tow trucks and allowing the RCMP to intervene more quickly to apply local laws. These are targeted
I think she is a robot, Babs.
in scope and in time.
All of these people
The
are
Emergencies
robots.
Act is also
Because look, they're reading from a script.
to,
They have nothing that
many
they can say
safeguards,
that makes any
including
sense. It's
parliamentary
the same.
surveillance,
It's just
and
like
must respect the
all of the
Canadian Charter of
news,
Rights
at
and
least in
Freedoms.
America, all
Mr.
of the
Speaker, we're
local
all
news
tired of
stations.
this pandemic.
And one of these
We
days I'm
all
going to play it.
want
They
to get back
all
to normal
read the same thing.
without
All the
public
owners
health
of their
measures.
companies
The
told
last
them
2 years have been
to read the
difficult for
exact. There's
all of us, we agree.
a
And
video out
Canadians
on
came
YouTube that
together
shows
to ensure
how
that their
everybody
loved
was
ones
reading
were
exactly
safe
the same thing. There were
and
hundreds
that
of them.
Public health recommendations were respected. I've seen that.
Will Lynch, Canada,
myself.
kiss your civil rights
In moments
goodbye.
of
I think
crisis,
they
such
already
as the one
have,
we've been in
especially
for
with
2 years,
liberals
the
making the decisions
solidarity
here. This
among
this woman
businesses
here,
and among
Soraya
citizens, really stands out.
Farada,
The presence of the truckers and
Cody
the trucks
Blowy,
in our city has
Jenny
had
Kwan,
grave
Laurel Collins,
consequences for
crazy
businesses.
eyes.
These are real effects, a threat to business and a threat to the lives, happy lives of Canadians. After 2 years of a pandemic, we don't need to be doing more harm to our citizens. Everyone has a right to feel
can you imagine
safe
hanging
in
out with
their
her?
homes. It's time to consider how to return to normal.
Can you imagine
and our
hanging out
future
with
together
Laurel
as
Collins?
Canadians. In a country that completely condemns
Look at these
systemic
people.
harassment and discrimination, that fights for the rights of all its communities, this is not the right time to create wedges, but to unite and work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable
All
member
right, John.
for Calgary Shepherd.
John's got to bail.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to put this question to my colleague. When does she feel that the Emergencies Act will come to an end in its
Never.
application, given that we see that
I'll
the
answer that for
demonstrators
you,
of Ottawa
Tom.
have been cleared out and the blockades at the borders were cleared as well, even before this act was invoked. So I'd like to ask her when she thinks that the special powers that the government has invoked here should come to an end. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Listen to
Thank
this
you,
no
Mr.
answer.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. As he knows full well, the law here invoked gives us a 30-day period within which it can be rescinded, and we certainly hope to be able to rescind this order as quickly as possible.
Liar.
That said, at present it is needed because it will give the right tools to be able to ensure peace and good order and across the country.
It doesn't even need to
necessary.
be implemented anymore.
And
So that's a lie.
comments?
It'll
The
never
honourable
be
member for
rescinded.
Hamilton Centre.
I'd like to take this moment to commend you and the other deputies for presiding over this debate with impartiality and care. I know it hasn't always been easy given what's at stake. I'd like to thank, through you, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Hochelaga for her remarks outlining the Emergency Act and summarizing all the ways in which it may come into effect over these next 30 days. I want to pay particular attention to the ways in which FinTrack and the tracking of dark money coming into the country could be extended beyond these Emergency Act
Wow.
measures. So
Listen
my
to this
question
guy.
for you is, what does the honourable member believe that her government can do beyond the Emergency Act to ensure that we don't fall back into the same type of event where we have
He wants to take
foreign monies
everybody's
flooding our
money now.
borders to fund illegal
So
activities?
guess what?
Honourable
Maybe
Parliamentary
you're sending
Secretary.
money in for a different reason. Canada gets to seize your money. By the way, just remember that. Okay?
Thank you.
Remember that. I want to hear her
Thank you for
answer
his
first.
question. Very relevant. I think we need to be aware that this act will be subjected to parliamentary oversight. It must be transparent. It must also respect the Canadian
will never be
Charter of Rights
transparent.
and Freedoms. At present, though, it is necessary
Liberals
to
don't believe in
understand
freedom.
where this funding has been coming from for what has gone on in Ottawa. which clearly involves places beyond the borders of Canada. That said, this must respect all rights, of course. And
You don't respect rights on the
this is
Liberal
subjected
side.
to parliamentary oversight.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very thoughtful comments. I want to specifically ask about the safeguards that's...
So what she just said and what that green guy said from NDP is how they want to go outside even the Emergencies Act to take people's money from other countries. That's your Liberal Party for you. They want to steal everybody's money. I mean, can you not... Do you really want to live in if you're a Liberal and you voted for these idiots, do you really want to live in a world like that? Because they're going to take your money. What's going to end up happening is they're going to take your money and it's going to mistake it for dark money or whatever they want to call it. And then you're not going to have any money because these people running the government, they're so dumb. They don't know what they're doing or what they're taking or what they're confiscating or any of that type of stuff. So when it comes to roost at your house and your front door, what are you going to do?
Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, what I've always loved about this place, the People's House, is that it represents our great
Holy
country,
shit.
Canada. And that
Another
each day
one.
we have the opportunity of listening to our colleagues and friends here in the House who represent and serve their constituents from every corner of the
take
country.
this.
This is the place where we come together, to challenge and debate ideas, but by always putting Canadians first. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are hurting. It has been a long, hard 2 years. Families have lost loved ones and friends.
Another one reading
Many
from
had
a
to
script.
Say goodbye over Zoom, never getting to see their
This is-
family, to hold their
I can't
hand,
believe I'm
or
watching
to give
this.
them comfort. They have lost businesses, and healthcare and emergency professionals have been tirelessly fighting COVID-19 day in and day out for 2 years.
I thought we were
Families,
bad.
Communities and Canadians have been fighting COVID-19 in their own way. The silent majority of Canadians understand the past 2 years have been about a public health crisis. Mr. Speaker, when Canadians are hurting, it is our job to work even harder, to come together, to lose the rhetoric, to lower the temperature, especially during volatile times, and to find a better way forward for all of us, for our children and for our most
Kirsty
vulnerable.
lost her spot on the
Mr. Speaker,
script.
I think we can agree that our Constitution is founded on the values of peace, order, and good government, and that people have the right to peaceful protest. I think we can also agree that blockades have caused major damage to our economy. The blockade of the Ambassador Bridge alone has affected about $390 million in trade each day.
And
This bridge
Kirsty and her
supports
liberal
30% of all
friends
trade by
have
road between
destroyed
Canada and the United States,
probably
our most
close
important
to
trading partner.
250 million or
Includes
more people's lives
Alberta.
because of lockdowns.
About 48 million in daily trade has been lost to the blockades. In Emerson, Manitoba, about $73 million in daily trade has been lost to the blockades in that location. These
This is
costs are
unbelievable.
real. They threaten businesses, big and small, and they threaten the livelihoods of Canadian workers, just as everyone is working hard to recover from the economic damage caused by COVID-19. I think we can also agree that
Talk our
blocking
special
trade
ed girl.
routes, hurting the Canadian
these people,
economy,
they're-
and preventing food and
I
medicine
don't want to
from
make.
being delivered
I don't want to make
is
fun of
not
people who
okay.
with special needs, but
That
these are
blocking
people who are
life-saving
worse than that.
ambulances,
I mean, I think.
preventing cancer
I mean, we could
treatment
we could
appointments,
replace them
or the
with
picking up of prescriptions,
a
or
squirrel,
forcing
and they do a
hospitals
better
to
job
take on
than the
extra
liberal.
security is
But
not
yet they
okay.
keep getting.
And I think we can
elected.
also agree emphatically that
We
desecrating
got-
the
yeah,
tomb of
she
the
lost her
unknown
place in line
soldier
again
is not
on the
okay,
script from her
and
pimps.
that none of us ever want to see a Nazi swastika
Oh, here
flown
we go again.
anywhere
The
in
Nazi.
Canada. And
the
yet this
swastika.
sacred tomb has been desecrated. It is a place of national remembrance, a place that must be respected at all times.
God.
And Nazi swastikas have been flown here and around Parliament Hill. This is not peaceful protest.
Yeah, Keith, I'll start shutting him down and I'll talk. But
and incendiary acts
if
that
you
must
don't
be
see
condemned
this,
in the strongest possible
this is.
terms.
I'm really glad
The
that I put
Nazi
this on because I
swastika
wasn't really quite sure what was
symbolizes
going to
a
end up
regime.
happening. But when you see these people repeating the same talking points, and it's not coming from the heart. It's not coming from, this is, these things that were really going on with the swastikas and, that they are being told to say this stuff because they're owned and they're too stupid to have their own talking points. So these are infiltrated, and you cannot vote for this stuff anymore. I mean, the only thing these guys are good at is going around and getting a bunch of their drones to go around knocking on doors to make sure that people go out and vote. The Conservative Party does not do a good job of that. And the only way to make a change is to absolutely positively make sure that people go out and do the same thing that the Liberal Party does, is encourage people to vote to get these friggin' morons out of office. These people should not even be at a McDonald's serving you fries. They don't even have enough intelligence for that. And they're in government, and they're saying these things about how horrible everybody is and how they're racist and these flags and everything. Everybody, this has all been proven as a lie, debunked by all of the people that have been, all the independent journalists. And all these independent journalists, the reason also part of the liberals want to slam on these journalists is because the mainstream media knows their days are numbered. It's a decentralization of media that's coming. The decentralization of media is all these independent journalists, like this guy, Zot, and everybody else that's down in the area that's actually showing what truly is going on. And if people are paying attention, if you guys are sharing these videos, like, this stuff, what I'm saying, and people downtown actually showing what the cops are actually doing, share this stuff with people that you know, because it's the only way that people understand what's going on. Because I was watching CNN clips, I was watching CTV clips. All they're doing is disparaging the people down there, just like the libtard party of Canada, just like the libtard. Well, no one's really saying that much in the United States because they know what's going on is what the truth is going on in Canada. They just don't want to say anything. But people like Kirsty Duncan. I mean, look. Here's another one. You don't even have to listen to her the sound of her voice. You just look at her face. You just know she's a demon. She's crazy. She's a lunatic. You want to hang out with somebody like that? You don't want to go have a beer with somebody like her? She's a disgusting human being. Look at her. And notice the conservatives who don't have any scripting. They make their points, and they're not doing a good enough job, obviously, because they are not really doing a good job at all on the conservative side. They should be hammering the living shit out of the liberals, but they're not doing that. And so the conservatives, by the way, who aren't doing a good job, they need to be voted out. Like that guy Tommy Boy who's dressed in this like 3-piece suit. Tommy Boy isn't saying anything. He's not arguing a point. He's just asking stupid questions.
But it is clear the majority of Canadians want this to stop, and that a majority support the Emergency Act.
No, they
the
don't.
actions we have witnessed
How could you
these
want? How
past
could you want
weeks
more
go far
lockdowns? How can you
beyond
want
what
more
we
police?
accept as free speech. The Nazi swastika and other hate symbols threaten democracy itself.
He keeps going on that.
Protests
This is
that
what they do. I
embrace
mean, I
such
had her
symbols
muted.
and that have
I had her muted for I don't know how long I was going on my diatribe, and she, as soon as I unmute her, she's still talking about racism stuff. I have one question for everybody. This is a question. Here's the question of the day. If you were to buy a product, let's say a car, or, you know, let's just say like a makeup or something for women, and there was no liability, in other words, you couldn't sue them if, you know, the engine blew up and killed your entire, you know, I don't know, got you in an accident or whatever, or the makeup caused your face to melt off. But there was no liability. You weren't allowed to sue. Would you buy that product, or would you move on to something else, or just not forego it completely? That's what the vaccines are all about. No liability whatsoever. So think about that for a minute. Here's a conservative, finally.
Absolutely 100% agree, as do all members on this side of the House, that the swastika does represent hate and is certainly repugnant and abhorrent symbol. On Wednesday,
But see, this guy should say that's
what I would say in my
none of
6
the
years
protesters
was one
believed
of
in that.
the worst incidents of an attack on a member. We saw the Prime Minister attack a Jewish member of this House, the member from Thornhill, who herself is a descendant of Holocaust survivors.
Don't forget,
Suggesting
Trudeau
that
and
she was
blackface all the
standing
time,
with
like
those
a million
who were
times.
displaying the swastika. This was the Prime Minister who said this. Will the member condemn the Prime Minister for that statement?
Can't wait to hear
The honourable
this.
member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honorable colleague and my friend for the question. He and I actually
Thank you
attended
for the
the same high
question.
school together.
Thank you.
I think this is an opportunity to remember the 6 million Jews who perished
Here's
in
a
the
non-answer
Holocaust,
for you.
along with the Roma and Sinti and countless other victims of its unprecedented horror. We can never forget the systemic extermination.
She
and
can't just say,
genocide
no, I
during the
condemn that. He
Nazi
shouldn't have done
regime.
that. She can't say that.
Today, we must also recognize that the world is witnessing an alarming increase in anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, xenophobia, and hate. We must pledge to always be vigilant, to stand against the Nazi
Are you telling me she already had a
swastika
scripted answer
and
to
other
this?
symbols of hate, and to uphold human rights and dignity for all. We must refute those who seek to distort facts and commit to educating new generations, upholding the truth, embracing equality, and protecting.
So the other thing is with these politicians, answer the question. If you can't answer the question, you don't deserve to be elected.
Colleague for the speech. We heard throughout the speech
You do.
a long list of isolated cases. My question is this. Does my honorable colleague find it normal for the government to legislate with an act that is proclaimed and has such serious consequences to attack isolated cases? Thank you.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
What?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honorable colleague for the question. Children should be able to go to school, go to the doctor unimpeded, and families should be able to go to the hospital unimpeded. And one Nazi swastika is too many.
Man, she
For
just
weeks,
won't. She won't
blockades have
quit.
been illegally disrupting the life of Canadians, harming our economy, and endangering public safety.
See, she's so dumb that she doesn't realize that everybody is just like, every time you say this stuff, no one pays attention anymore. Not even liberals, because they already know that no one else pays attention to it anymore. And she hasn't answered a question. God. DK, Chrystia Freeland is the one ruling this country. Watch the videos where Trudeau is making a speech and she's mouthing the words and breathing. Yeah, I don't know if you. There's a video that I posted of Christia F. Face making or when Trudeau was making a speech. I'm not sure if she was in the background or not, but yeah, she's making all kinds of weird, like quirky, like moving her body around real weird and stuff. And then, by the way, she was also interviewed recently about the fact that she said that COVID was a great opportunity politically, because she's also a Klaus Schwab student as well. These people, it's not about health. It's not about anything. It's about controlling all of you. And making sure that you all control your carbon footprint. That's what it's all about. It's not about your health. None of this is about your health. This is about controlling all of you, making sure that you have that passport on your phone. So if you travel too much, if you get in your car too much, if your carbon footprint's too big, they're going to throw you in the gulag. That's why they're building all these prisons for everybody to get put in. Yeah, Bab, she wobbles around. You got to watch this video. You can find it on the internet. It might be on my channel. I can't remember, but yeah, she makes some weird, like, maybe talks about skin crawlers or whatever. She's a very strange individual, just like any liberal. You notice how attractive conservatives are and how ugly liberals are? Do you notice a difference in how they look?
As it relates to the blockades and what's happening here in Ottawa.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North with a short answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. The reality is Canadians are tired. They want the blockades to end and they want their lives and neighborhoods back. And I think going forward, we must work to bring people together, choose to make our political dialogue peaceful and respectful, choose to think about how to regulate and prevent the spread of hate speech and other forms of misinformation.
Hate speech.
And thank you very much. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
The Punisher. Alex Jones is right. Yeah, it's scary, but he is, man.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
He might be hyperbolic,
I believe the
but he's
debate
been...
we are having on the Emergencies Act is the most important and significant debate the Parliament will have in a generation. Canadians are watching what we do. I have never received more emails, phone calls from my constituents since I've been elected. The vote on such unprecedented powers should not be taken lightly by any member of this House. This is not just another vote on another bill. It is setting a precedent in this House of Commons that people of this nation will judge for generations to come. This is not a vote that will impact a few Canadians. It is a decision that will impact lives of every single Canadian from coast to coast to coast. I want to begin by discussing how we got here before I tell the House why I believe the use of Emergency Act is not warranted in this situation. The Prime Minister is responsible for this mess. He pushed Canadians to the breaking point. He stripped them of their dignity. He deprived them of their livelihoods. He made them absolutely no attempt to unite this country in healed divisions. He pitted friends against friends, neighbors against neighbors, kids against parents. Shame. While other world leaders encouraged and supported their citizens to get vaccinated, this Prime Minister pressured, insulted, and demonized ours. Our Prime Minister is not a leader, and history will show that this Prime Minister is not fit to lead our nation.
Hear, hear.
When faced with the growing crisis, he made no attempt to resolve the problem. And now the Prime Minister is trying to cover up his own inaction with a dramatic political performance. Mr. Speaker, I should remind members of this House that the Prime Minister was not confined to two options in addressing the state of affairs we face today. This was not a binary choice between choosing not to do anything and choosing to invoke the Emergency Act. But the Prime Minister decided to go from 0 to 100 without attempting to solve the problem. Parliamentarians have been urging this Prime Minister to resolve the situation at hand. Last week, Conservatives put forward a reasonable solution to resolve it. We introduced a motion calling on the government to present a plan on when Canadians can regain control of their lives. Canadians saw a glimmer of hope, but the government voted against the plan for them.
That's right, Nancy. Finally, somebody's actually
They could
talking
have
sense.
de-escalated the situation, but they chose not to.
Telling the truth. That's really
for
what
their
it
own
is.
Political gain. Mr. Speaker, this government never attempted to de-escalate the situation. We should not have ever been gotten to this point.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, the question we are debating today is not whether the blockade should come down. We should not tolerate blockades on any occasion. They are illegal and must be removed. I thank the law enforcement for doing their job on that front. The question we are debating today is whether Emergency Act, an act that has never been used before in our nation's history, is an appropriate and justified response to the situation our nation is facing. And when I read the criteria for implementing the Emergencies Act, it is clear that the extreme use of a government power is not only excessive for the situation at hand, but also an infringement on some of our very basic freedoms. This House must ask itself, what constitutes a national emergency to give government such extreme and excessive powers? Section 2 of the Emergency Act defines a national emergency by meeting one of the following two criteria. Does it, and I quote, seriously endanger the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of the province to deal with it? Let's examine Section 2A.
He's right.
Does the situation we are encountering exceed the capacity or authority of the province to deal with? The answer is no. Provinces of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia have all publicly opposed the Prime Minister's use of this Emergencies Act. And the illegal blockades at Coutts border in Alberta, Emerson border in Manitoba, and the Ambassador Bridge in Ontario have all been resolved with the tools and resources
This is the best
available
point of all.
to those provinces.
They've all been resolved, so why do you need this act? You don't need
The Emergency Act is supposed
it.
to be used for emergency situations that existing laws cannot address.
Yep. 100%
The
right.
government has failed to provide any evidence that we cannot end illegal blockades without the use of the Emergencies Act. There is a stark difference between inaction and not having the ability to act, Mr. Speaker. Parliament has clearly heard that the government could have used existing legislation to address the situation, but failed to do so. Now the government faces court challenges from both the Canadian Civil Liberties Association and the Canadian Constitution Foundation for failing to meet the threshold defined in the Act. Mr. Speaker, let's examine Section 2B. Does it, and I quote, seriously threaten the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada? Does the situation we are countering threaten the sovereignty of our nation? Again, the answer is no.
Nope.
Our sovereignty is not in question. Do members of this House believe that semi-trucks on Parliament Hill threaten our territorial integrity?
Nope. That's not what
Because
this is
this
about.
government has provided zero evidence to support such an extreme assumption.
They're not using
And
it
now there
for
are
this
more
reason. They're
questions
using
than
it to
there are
control
answers.
you.
Suppose a grandmother
They'll never
donated
give the control
$20 to
back.
feed local truckers 4 weeks ago. Will she be treated as someone who funded a terrorism activity and barred from using her bank account? Suppose a Canadian walks down to Main Street in their local community to peacefully voice their concerns with their government. Will they be arrested and criminally
Yep.
charged for
That's
peacefully
exactly what it's.
protesting?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have faced many crises in our
Finally, a
lifetime.
guy who's speaking
The Oka crisis, the
reasonably.
aftermath of 9/11, the Parliament Hill shooting, deadly wildfires, historic floods, a pandemic, and many blockades, just to name a few. Not once
No.
have such powers been needed
Nope.
to address these problems.
Nope.
Mr. Speaker, invoking such extreme measures without meeting the high thresholds outlined in the Act is setting a danger precedence of government overreach. Who are we as a nation if we normalize the use of emergency powers? I encourage all the members of this House not to dilute the magnitude of the decision on this vote. And to my NDP colleagues, Mr. Speaker, who I hear plan to support the Prime Minister in this excessive power grab, I want to remind you of the words of your former leader, Tommy Douglas, who famously took the principled stand and opposed the War Measures Act of 1970. He stood in the same Democratic chamber and stated, and I quote, "The fact is, and this is very clear, that the government has panicked and is now putting on a dramatic performance to cover up its own ineptitude."
That's right.
Unquote.
That is right.
Those words could not be truer today.
That
Mr.
is
Speaker.
one of the
This is
greatest
nothing
points
more
I've
than a
heard.
dramatic performance to cover up the Liberals' own ineptitude.
Ineptitude.
I also want to remind my NDP colleagues that disagreeing with these demonstrations and disagreeing with the Emergency Act is not mutually exclusive. You can do both. Mr. Speaker, we have a decision to make. Will we stand up for the freedoms of Canadians, or will hand over unprecedented reins of power to a Prime Minister who has shown no respect for our democratic institution? The Prime Minister thinks he is leaving behind a legacy when he is really leaving behind a scar that will take years to heal.
Yep.
I will be voting against the Emergencies Act, and I encourage every other member in this House to do the same as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question
The best speech I've heard.
The honourable member,
course,
the
it
honourable
comes from
Parliamentary
the
Secretary to the
Conservatives.
Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague.
I don't want to hear this jerk off. The bottom line is that it's really simple, and that guy articulated it perfectly. The Liberals are dumb. All they want is to try and control you because they have no points, they have no policies, they have nothing other than turning everything into communist government. And if you don't like it, they're going to arrest you, they're going to throw you in jail, just like what they're doing now. There's no need for this Emergencies Act. It is simply a power grab. And if you dare say anything to their government, they'll arrest you for no good reason at all. That's what this is about. And I'm telling you, if this is passed, it will never be rescinded. Not after 30 days, not after 60 days, not after 60 years. It will never be rescinded, ever.
I guess the bottom line is they're words on paper, but I wonder what kind of relationship they have with those provinces. I wonder how many times, Mr. Speaker, that the actual Prime Minister just happened to talk personally to all the officials that were involved. Did they actually sit down and say, what can we do with the tools available? When the trucks started showing up there, they had weeks of advance warning to say, here, we better get ready for something. But no, they waited. They waited 3 weeks to do something. And then they put on laws and put in acts that control everybody in Canada. And it's just unacceptable.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech today. Over the course of the last couple of days, I know my office has been receiving literally thousands of emails. I suspect that colleagues across all parties are receiving the emails, particularly as it relates to the Emergency Act and the concern that Canadians are now waking up to as they start to better understand just the expansive overreach of the state into their lives. I'm just wondering if the member can comment on that.
Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the great question. Overreach. This is something we haven't talked about in this House here. I just actually got an email yesterday from a person that's actually been charged under this act, a family. So the husband was out here protesting. They had their truck actually arrested and taken away in that. The mom was at home. She had nothing to do with this protest, nothing like that at all. And meanwhile, she had a one-year-old baby that they were looking after. And she went to get some groceries and realized that their accounts had actually been seized.
There you
Shut
go.
right down. No credit card.
There you go. Isn't
no
that
bank
nice?
account.
Isn't
nothing.
that nice?
And meanwhile, her husband was out here just doing his thing.
How nice.
having a
How
protest
nice
like-
of you liberals.
Standing up for
Canadians. Pieces of crap.
So it's just, I can't imagine having that kind of thing happen to me when you had nothing to do with the organization at all. Shameful.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
It's
député.
criminal. It's not
Member for
shameful. It's
Rivière du
criminal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the speech, and I'd like to ask him this. In his opinion, a situation like the one that is being invoked to justify the Emergencies Act, is that kind of a situation, or could it not be managed with current laws like the Criminal Code or any other federal or provincial act that is applicable to Canada? Or should we really consider another law or other legislative measures to manage barricades and demonstrations?
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you for the question. And, you know, I guess this is what I can't understand. I'm relatively new to this parliamentary position, and there are acts, there are laws. We've had many of my colleagues have pointed out in the Criminal Codes Act that they could have nipped this in the bud and kept it under control. If they were that worried about it, where was the plan? It's so typical of this government and of this Prime Minister. They don't want to share. They figure they're above the law, or figure they don't have to be accountable to Canadians. And it's just sad how we just ended up in this situation.
Finally, somebody
with continuing debate. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is dark
Pierre
days for our
spoke.
country, and I'm here before you despondent with some serious questions about the motion before us. For history will look back onto this debate today as a black mark on the leadership of this Prime Minister, of this government, and all of those who lend their support to this gross overreach. All members of this House have watched the lawlessness paralyzing Ottawa and the key border crossings across the country with great concern. Every single member of this House, no matter what you hear from those who have convinced themselves otherwise. But never has the Emergency Act been invoked. It has always been there, but never used. In challenging times and in times of true crisis, it has always been there, but it was never used. Because it is viewed as a last resort and not the first resort, the motion before us today asks members to approve an act that gives the federal government enhanced powers. And as its questionable justification is being discussed in this House for the first time, Canadians are watching. Much of this debate has been mired in the hyperbole of members opposite tripping over one another to claim that any member of this House has encouraged lawlessness they themselves stroked. The idea that any member of this House would support the vile elements of this protest is wrong, and members of this House know it. There is no precedent for this. Instead, we are making a precedent, and the points that we make and the evidence that we present and the tone that we use will be judged by those who will look back on these dark days and ask, how did we get here? Everyone has a right to peacefully protest any government policy. It's a fundamental freedom in our democracy. It protects the rights of individuals to express their views, even when those views are not shared by the elected government of the day. And while these protests are a fundamental part of Canadian democracy, so too is the rule of law. The blockades that incapacitate our critical infrastructure, including our rail lines, our pipelines, our bridges, and our urban downtowns, are illegal. And we cannot and should not arbitrarily decide to apply the rule of law in some situations and not others, like we are doing today, because that's not how we build precedent. I do not think for a moment the threshold has been met to apply the Emergencies Act. This debate has failed to make that threshold known. There is no question that some in these protests and their views are alarming, and they have been categorically denounced by every member of this House. But let us be clear, not everyone who has participated in these protests is a racist, is a misogynist, or a woman-hating terrorist trying to overthrow a government. And hearing members of this House suggesting that they are is the ugliest of politics Canadians have come to distrust and reject. Some of those outside are frustrated by the government's inability to manage a pandemic 2 years in without relying on tired talking points and ancient solutions that fail to hear the outcry of those disproportionately hurt by this government's addiction to lockdowns, restrictions, and mandates as the only policy response. And we hear the other side talking about the economic activity jeopardized by these blockades as the primary reason for the invocation of the Emergency Act. And while I will never disagree that our economy is fundamental to the function of our nation, I'll remind these very members that for 2 years, few of them raised questions about economic activity in this country lost due to the heavy-handed COVID restrictions and mandates that have come to be the cornerstone of the Canadian policy response. There have been terrorist attacks, economic collapses, national protest movements, and a pandemic. And every single one of these situations were dealt with using existing laws and existing democratic processes, and at times, when absolutely necessary, municipal and provincial emergency powers. And so let me remind Canadians that there have also been national protest movements that have occupied city streets and parks for months and blockaded critical infrastructure like railways, where essential democratic activity, economic activity, had been disrupted or stopped entirely. These have all been responded to within the context of existing laws, every single one of them. Not only is it not necessary to invoke the Emergencies Act to address them, it's frustrating to watch members of the government take credit for things that were resolved outside of the powers of this act. Two of the most serious incidents, the blockading of the Ambassador Bridge and the RCMP arrests in Alberta. Both of these were accomplished without the need to invoke the legislation. A national emergency has a high bar for the very reason that it must actually be a national emergency. And I don't think the answer to lawlessness, and it cannot, and it should not, be a greater level of lawlessness. The government is asking members of this House to suspend certain laws to deal with those breaking other laws. And we are being asked to undermine the democratic principles to address some who wish to see our very democracy undermined. These powers allow the government to freeze Canadians' assets with no recourse. 76 bank accounts so far is 76 bank accounts too many.
There you go.
We've seen some very troubling scenes outside of this place over the last couple days, and hearing few mention it shows Canadians that this is still an insular talking club of those who show little regard for the people who don't share their views. Less than 1 week ago, the Prime Minister, after 18 days of doing absolutely nothing about the situation in Ottawa, convened a cabinet on Sunday, told his caucus and foreign premiers on Monday, and by press conference later that day, informed Canadians that an emergency act is needed to do the very thing by last resort he failed to do by first resort. It took days for the Prime Minister to address the House. There were no briefings, no intelligence, no committees struck. And if there was evidence pointing to some serious issue of public safety, shouldn't members have been told? If we were all under siege by terrorists waiting to breach the gate of Parliament Hill, would it not be the government's responsibility to tell members of this House not to cross the street right through the protest every day? The story has changed more times than Canadians can keep up with today. And the government's justification in this House was a calculated solution to its own political peril. The Prime Minister's vague claims that whatever he does with these currently unchecked powers will be targeted and time limited simply just isn't backed up by the formal text or members of his own caucus. Nor did it contain any detail on what he planned to do. All he was saying was, trust me. And forgive me, Mr. Speaker, he has given Canadians absolutely no reason to trust him. At the beginning of this pandemic, this government proposed giving itself unlimited spending powers for almost 2 years without oversight of Parliament. They said, trust me. Mr. Speaker, the government has given itself the power to freeze assets and finances of people involved in political protests, people who disagree with the government's COVID policy without the court's oversight and with no resource or recourse, I should say, available to those targeted. And we cannot treat this as a foregone conclusion because we have an NDP who cannot and will not stand up for protest, for scrutiny, or have any courage on this one. If we wanted to pretend that this was not about politics, the information would have been shared immediately. Otherwise, the only conclusion of any of this is that this is all politics. This House must approach every decision with caution, and the consequences for individuals are too great if we decide to approve the use of this act. And the precedent that it sets is too great to shrug off the legitimate questions and concerns I think are valid in this discussion. We are setting a very dangerous precedent, and it would be a shame if members of this House to decide to invoke a never-before-used act disproportional when there are very clearly other actions the government could have taken. We should be cautious about normalizing the use of a blunt instrument in this circumstance. And if we consider using the Emergency Act every time there is a protest that lasts a certain number of days, we have much bigger problems in our democracy. The threshold has not been met, and we cannot leave the decision to politics over real scrutiny that is required. It will be a dark chapter in our history when members of this House choose political expediency over the rights of individuals. And I implore my colleagues, those with a voice, to vote against this motion, because I certainly will. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Finally,
Question
somebody with
commentaire, the
intelligence.
Honourable
Do you
Parliamentary
notice how-
Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleague for her speech. Two questions. First of all, would she acknowledge that the Emergencies Act brought in place by...
Do you see how much more intelligent she sounded compared to all the Schwab gobblers? Do you see how more intelligent she sounded? I know she was reading from a script, but everything was articulate. She is extremely smart, and she made all of the liberals just sound about as dumb as you could possibly imagine. I mean, everything she said was common sense, truth. It made all the sense in the world. And by the way, this is one of the members that Trudeau claimed was racist and supporting a Nazi flag carrier, and she herself is Jewish, by the way.
And there is no peace, and there is no order, and there is certainly no government. This act is unnecessary, it's disproportionate, it violates individual rights, it intrudes on provincial jurisdiction, and it creates a very dangerous precedent. And I would implore the member, and if any other members are right in showing trepidation on continuing what is abundantly clear to Canadians wondering how this could happen here, the member opposite should note that history is forever, and so is his vote on this, and he has not proven to the House that there is a justification for this act.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Taliban.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech, where very eloquently she explained why this act was not necessary. My question for her is, does my honourable colleague agree that even if it were necessary to have legislation with special emergency measures, it should have been more circumscribed instead of being enforced Canada-wide?
I thank the honourable member for the question, and I see where she's coming from. I've laid out very clearly in my remarks that I don't think the threshold has been met. I don't think it's been met on jurisdictional, on where the act would apply, or why the act should apply to begin with. There are a number of ways the government could have acted before using this. They have said to the House that this was not option 1, 2, or 3, and they haven't named what those options were. Instead, they just went to this without giving members of Parliament a justification. They haven't done that today, and they still haven't done that until this moment.
Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And to the member for Thornhill. Since the Emergencies Act was declared last week and used this weekend, it has been with reluctance that I have participated in this debate. I have done so with my heart and my mind open. I am deeply concerned with the threat to our democracy based on the demonstrations of anti-Semitism and hate we have seen immediately within our vicinity and across Canada. Does the member agree that the leaders identified as extremists have penetrated the minds of Canadians, and this penetration continues to pose a threat to our democracy?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I think there's not a single member of this House who has stood with any symbol of hate or who has said the hateful comments that have come out of the convoy have been okay. Instead of doubling down, I think, on the Prime Minister's disgusting comments last week, I'll give this member the opportunity to show some courage and apologize for painting every member of the opposition or every member that she doesn't agree with the same brush that is an attempt to fuel hate and division in this conversation. We are talking about the Emergencies Act, and there is no justification that the government has presented for her to turn her back on her NDP voters and vote for this act.
Time for a quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Thornhill for thoughtful remarks. Andreas Park, who's the finance professor at the University of Toronto, commenting on the extraordinary financial powers to freeze people's bank accounts, said, what we're doing is we're taking people who have not been charged with a crime and we're threatening them with financial ruin. It strikes me as mob rule, and they should be afraid of mob rule, since the Minister of Justice indicated that political movements the Trudeau government disapproves of should be worried. So would the member please comment on that extraordinary power?
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you to the honourable member for his question. I think members of this House should be very concerned when a government can freeze the assets, effectively unbank and unperson a Canadian without them having any recourse. You cannot possibly think that that is okay in a democracy to freeze the assets of somebody whose opinion you don't agree with. This act goes too far, and it should have never been used on this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire du Président du Conseil privé de la Reine pour
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of Treasury Board.
Giving me the opportunity to speak on an extraordinary debate that is taking place in this House. It's Sunday afternoon. It's a long weekend, a family day in Ontario. But here we are as parliamentarians debating a very important issue. Speaker, as you know, I represent the riding of Ottawa Centre. The Parliament is located in the riding of Ottawa Centre. The occupation that we all witnessed for over 20 days was primarily took place in the riding of Ottawa Centre. Speaker, I'm speaking today with a profound sense of sadness. The events that we saw over the last 22 or 23 days were troubling. But in particular, what we saw over the last 2 days, an attempt by the police.
Okay, I'm not going to listen to this dramatic dumbass. I'm going to make a couple more points, and then I'll put it back on. But I know you guys wanted to hear Melissa talk more. But this is the type of person that needs to be put in power, is somebody like her. And you know, these liberals, or you listen to this guy right here, who I'm sorry whether you want to or not, I'm not listening to him. These people are, all they have is racism. That's it. And then power grab, because if you don't agree with them, what they're going to do is they're going to put you in jail. Somebody like Melissa speaks the truth, and also calls out Justin Trudeau for being a racist himself, calling her a supporter of Nazism, even though she's Jewish, and she's also a lesbian, by the way, and probably one of the most articulate members of the government, and also happens to be conservative. So that is a person, along with Pierre, somebody called him PP, I guess it's the easiest thing because I can't pronounce his last name. But those are people that should be running the country. Those are the people at least have some common decency and common intelligence. None of the liberals have any intelligence whatsoever. All they do is read from a script and say how everybody's racist, and then throw everybody else under the bus for their mistakes that they made in government. Okay? So the liberals are the ones that caused the shortages and the supply chain issues. And I said this earlier. Those of you who just showed up. It is the Liberal Party that caused all of the problems. And now what they're doing is they're trying to throw the truckers under the bus. And I will tell you right now, they vote for this Emergencies Act, it will never be rescinded. Never. And if you, God forbid, that you say anything, the government will come and they will pick you up and they'll arrest you, and that'll be it. So I don't know how this works. One of the questions I wanted to ask to you who are Canadians, what are the chances of this act actually being passed? Like, how many people will vote against it and how many for it? Obviously, all the liberals are going to vote for it. But are there more conservatives? Would there maybe a few liberals vote against it? can somebody add to the chat, let us know like what they think the chances of this being passed or not. And this guy is still talking nonsense, I'm sure. I'll put him back on though.
I'm here, Speaker, to speak to my community. And I don't think any member in this House will deny, and a lot of them come to Ottawa, live in my riding. Many of them have personally confided to me about what they saw themselves. The honking in the middle of the nights for
oh my
weeks
God, the
on.
honking. The bouncy
The hurling
houses.
of fireworks in densely populated neighborhoods.
Fireworks. Don't forget the hot tubs.
In the kind of harassment and intimidation people got on the street
He's filibustering.
as they were trying to go from one place to another just to live their regular lives. I can also say, Speaker, that I've heard from constituents, and many of those emails I have read in this House, of seniors who have not been able to go grocery shopping because they were just too concerned. None of that is partisan,
That's all
Speaker.
lies.
I'm not suggesting every single one of those
These
people
are the
vote for
nicest
me.
people you ever want to meet in the protest.
Probably not.
Notice
But
everybody's
they are
leaving
real
now.
people, real stories that my community has gone through. It will take some time for my community to heal out of this. And as I have said before, Speaker, pardon me, we're not, it's not like we're being immune to protest in this community. We recognize that we live in the nation's capital.
Because he realizes how
We
ridiculous
recognize
he
that we
sounds.
live in downtown Ottawa where Parliament Hill is located. We have seen protests. We have seen festivals. We've seen all kinds of marches. And we accept that and we recognize that as a very important expression of a free and democratic society. But they have been lawful and they have been peaceful. In fact, Speaker, I can tell you there are times there have been 2 or 3 protests at the time and you would not know that they're taking place. While people are free to express themselves in a peaceful and lawful way.
Thanks for reminding me,
What
Stan.
we had never
Swastikas.
imagined is that we will come to a point where protest, which should have been peaceful, which should have been legitimate, the grievances cited, albeit in the end quite different grievances by different people, and that's, again, okay. Those grievances be cited in a peaceful way, whether you disagree against vaccines, whether you disagree against mandates, whether you are tired of the pandemic, whether you don't like the government, whether you think that certain things that are happening in society are not correct. Whatever the case may be, you're free to express that point of view. But you are also, in a democratic society, are expected to do so in a way that does not rob of other people's peace. And we saw that
Adam wonders, what is he talking about? I have
evaporate
no idea what this guy's saying.
in this
No clue.
particular occupation.
But once
To the
again,
point that we saw
what this guy just is rambling. This is the difference between Melissa and Nasser, whatever his name is. This guy is just rambling. He has no point. Melissa gets straight to the point. This guy, I mean, he's laughing at himself because he even knows he doesn't have a point.
And now that we have started the process of recovering back our community, Speaker, we are still sad that it came down to this, that we had to resort to the Emergencies Act to bring lawlessness back into our community, to bring order back to our
People are
community.
just talking in the background because they're not even listening to
And
this
that's why,
bullshit.
Speaker, I am supportive of the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Speaker, I'm a lawyer by training.
How in the hell did this guy become a lawyer?
I have served as the Attorney General of the province of Ontario.
Holy jeez.
So I have brought that lens, that skill set in my analysis as to why it is legitimate to invoke the Emergencies Act. The legislation is extraordinary in nature. But the history of the legislation is very interesting because it was crafted in a manner to ensure that people's charter rights are always protected. That has been the premise of the legislation. Speaker, let's not forget what this legislation replaced. This legislation replaced the War Measures Act. War Measures Act that was crafted before the Charter of Rights and Freedoms came into our lives as part of our Constitution.
Yeah, Nashing, he's a bad lawyer, obviously.
In fact, had powers that were extraordinary in nature that would take away people's charter rights. And the government at that time,
one-way street media. How's this guy a
rightfully
politician?
decided
I wonder how he's a politician.
War Measures
How is
Act
he
will
how is he a
not
lawyer?
sustain the charter, and we need to repeal it, and we need to come up with a new legislation that will be charter compliant, and hence Emergencies Act. And if one looks back at the debate, it was a very fulsome debate that was taken on by our predecessors who occupied this House. And so when the government has invoked this, it is in that spirit, Speaker, that measures have been invoked, which, and I know it's been said before, but it's worth repeating, that are very targeted in scope, in terms of the measures and the geography, that they are temporary in nature, only 30 days.
Don't do drugs, kids.
And the response is proportional to the situation that we are dealing with. And in all that to ensure that the charter is not violated.
Yeah.
That is what we are looking at. That is what we are working with in order to ensure that the siege of Ottawa be stopped, as has been the case now for over 2 days and still happening, and that we put an end to blockades of our vital trade links, our border crossings, and also prevent them.
Let's hear what Zod's doing while this guy continues to ramble on.
Escaped Hungary in 1956 to come here to escape communism for my kids and my grandkids to be in a free country, and that's why I'm standing here today. It's sad to see that our country is now under martial law and our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom are burnt, and now we're standing outside of a red zone because we can't practice our Section 6 of our
So the Emergencies Act isn't even passed yet.
That they can just block off like.
And these guys aren't even allowed to go in what they consider a red zone. So can you imagine once the Emergencies Act is passed, what's going to happen? And this is Charlotte, not Zod. It's Zod's channel. Thank for all the hair splitting people out there making corrections. It's the sister or whatever, Charlotte. That's on Zod's channel. But I just figured you can't go anywhere close to downtown, I guess now, and so this is what's happening prior to the Emergencies Act taking place.
But over time, to put an end to this illegal occupation
talking.
by making sure that we understand whether we have the right legal authority and or legislative mechanism to take actions. Let's not forget that this situation got to the point where the city of Ottawa had to declare a state of emergency, and then province of Ontario had to declare a state of emergency. And despite all that, Madam Speaker, the occupation continued. And is with the powers that came through the invocation of the Emergencies Act that our law enforcement authorities were able to put an end to it. Powers like declaring a set geographic area as a no-go zone, as has been the case in Ottawa, which has been called as the red zone, Speaker, so that no protest, no occupation could take place, such as facilitating police services from other jurisdictions to come and enforce the law. Otherwise, we had to sworn in those police officers to give them jurisdiction to be able to then operate in Ottawa, which takes time, such as procuring tow trucks so that we can remove the trucks that have been blocking all our roads in the downtown core, as we saw that happened over the last 24 or 48 hours. Not to mention, Speaker, we learned a fair bit during this occupation the sophisticated nature of it, the coordination aspects of it, and the role of foreign money. So giving those financial measures to FinTrack and enabling our banks to stop the flow of money that was fueling the illegal occupation. All these steps, all these measures, Madam Speaker, were necessary to have a successful outcome. And we're still not out yet. I mean, I just got in to the House of Commons through I don't know how many checkpoints because I'm a member of Parliament.
And you shouldn't be.
Imagine how sad I feel, as I was saying earlier, Madam Speaker, to see my downtown feel like a war zone. My beloved city.
Meanwhile, and my wife just reminded me of this. Yeah, dance parties. Dance parties, I guess, were racist. A woman going around giving free hugs. People on the front line saying, I want to hug you. Begging them to come on their side. Listen to this asshole lie to you. This guy, we all know what happened when you watch the videos of downtown of all the actual journalists, citizen journalists. You listen to this piece of shit say what he's saying. I mean, I wish there was a way to sue somebody like this for defamation. Because he'd win in court, with a legitimate court, by the way, would win every single time. Yeah. Paradachronum, war zone, feeding homeless, honking, peaceful. You see all the thank you notes that all the truckers were getting? You see all the dancing people were doing downtown? All the interviews of how wonderful all the people were? You see the people, you watch the videos that I posted of a guy who was cleaning up the streets, but the cops were going around saying you couldn't use your little four-wheel vehicle because it didn't have the proper licensing. It didn't have a license plate on it. I mean, there were people emailing me saying, hey, is there any possible way that you have this information so we can pay for whatever stuff he needs in order to make it legal? All of these people down there were some of the nicest people on the planet. And this scumbag, cocksucker, is trying to tell you that they were all terrorists. Yeah, your tax money goes to this guy. All the checkpoints he had to go through, too. So he can go around like a bobblehead, just talking about nonsense and how everybody's a racist. Who are these people and why were they elected? But I am sick and tired of hearing liberals, and it's the same here, same everywhere, how they sit there and lie, and it's the liberal playbook. Everybody's racist. And then they want to take your rights away. This guy is a lowest form of life. He's not even human. that he would sit there and disparage the people that were downtown. Look at him. Look at this guy. He's a clown. It's like a comedy show. He's not done talking because he has nothing to say. That is a man with an empty mind. But he's given marching orders. This is what you say. This is what you say. Tell everybody that they're racist. Lie about everything, even though everybody with a half a brain, anyone with a little bit of taking some time out of their day to actually just kind of look at what's going on, go on YouTube, look at independent journalists, see exactly what happened down there and how they were treated by cops. And did everybody see the cops at, and I'll go back to this in a second, but do you guys see what the cops were doing in their private chat, saying how they were, couldn't wait to use their jackboots on protesters? Save some for me when I get down there. All these friggin' dirty cops that were down there running over people with horses, 1,200-pound horses, and then lying about it, saying that an old lady threw a bike at a horse.
So fires, floods, mudslides, lives lost, houses burnt, substantial infrastructure destroyed, and livelihoods destroyed. And the member talked about having to go through some checkpoints to get to his office. But in British Columbia, for many days and weeks, many members of Parliament couldn't get around their constituencies and couldn't even get to the airport to come to Ottawa. So it just really shows a disconnect with what's happening across the rest of the country. So my question to the member is, and he's in the government, knowing actually the serious crisis that we had, and just as a reflection, the Act defines an emergency as a situation that, quote, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians. Based on that, was this member involved last summer due to the serious situations happening in British Columbia, and did he advocate to invoke the Emergencies Act at that time, or is he just only considering?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I thank the member for her intervention, and I want to say that yes, my heart ached as a Canadian when I saw
here comes the non-answer.
Communities in British Columbia going through the torturous heat.
That'll last an hour long.
Or the flooding that just recently I've seen, or parts of the country that goes through forest fire. Speaker, this is a big country, and what binds us, what unites us, what glues us together is that we care for each other. And so I say to the member opposite, I will stand with her shoulder to shoulder if her community goes through a disaster. I will listen to her carefully because she will be in a better position to share with us, the rest of us, what her community has gone through, as I'm sharing with you how my community feels, and find ways to work with her. Thank you.
Commentaires, questions and
nice
comments.
Non-answer.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Exactly, Nam. Non-answer.
Madam Speaker, I believe the honorary member raised an incredibly important point of law around the protection of our rights and freedoms under our charter that is necessary for him to clearly answer in order for us to fully understand the scale and scope of powers granted under the provisions of the proclamation. So my question to the honorable member, whom I've known to be a learned lawyer and who would have some knowledge of this incredibly important point of law as the former Attorney General of Ontario,
I'd never hire that guy as my lawyer.
Will he please confirm and clearly state whether the rights afforded by the Charter remain whole and intact, or is this government, through their declaration, attempting to surreptitiously rescue any potential Charter breaches, violations, and abuses of government authority through Section 1 of the Charter, and therefore as being compliant as he has so far stated? The public in this House deserve to know.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the member for the question that he's asking, and he's right. He and I had the opportunity to work on a very important charter-related issues, which was when we were banning the use of the practice of carding in the province of Ontario. Then member was a city councillor then, and he and I worked together on that particular aspect. Speaker, the essence of Emergencies Act is to ensure that the charter rights are protected, and that is very much the intention and the motivation behind it. It states so within the legislation itself. But we also have to remember, Speaker, that the charter rights are, come within reasonable limits. There are reasonable limits that allow for charter right. So, for example, when you're looking at a protest, as long as it is peaceful and lawful expression of ideas, that is within the charter rights. But if it becomes not peaceful or unlawful,
it was peaceful,
then you have recourses available to you to ensure that a protest or occupation in this instance.
Yeah, now it's an occupation.
Almost
it's an
4
occupation.
weeks long.
Any protest is an
siege,
occupation. People are occupying space when they protest. Stupid ass.
The honourable member from Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech.
God.
I wish to ask him, Madam Speaker, whether, in his view, his government doesn't have, based already on the statutes available in Canada, the abilities of the provinces as well as they now stand, isn't that sufficient? Doesn't that give them a big enough toolkit to work on such a blockage, on such a blockade, on such a demonstration and blocking of roads?
Yes. They already
without
did it.
necessarily invoking this exceptional measure? Will we have to expect having the Emergencies Act brought into play every time there's a demonstration in Ottawa?
Speaker, I again thank the member for his intervention. I think what we have to remember in this instance for over 3 weeks,
Another non-answer.
we were not able to put an end to the occupation. That it continued on. That different tactics were used, the application of existing law being present. We were not able, our law enforcement agencies were not able to end this occupation. And through the provision of power, some of them that I articulated, and through the application of that, our law enforcement was able to end this occupation. We heard that from our local interim police chief right here in Ottawa, that these powers that has been given to him through the Emergencies Act gave him the sufficient tools necessary to end the illegal occupation of downtown Ottawa. Thank you.
The honourable member for Matawaska-Risikush. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague of Ottawa Centre for his speech. I truly enjoyed having him speak to us of his analysis of the events based on his experience, his past as a prior Attorney General of Ontario, as a legal expert. I would like, based on that, for him to give us his expertise.
Thank you. Nobody... Where is it? Okay. I'm tired of this guy. I want to read a couple of the chats that were really smart. Kathleen Ari, Trudeau would not even meet with the truckers. If Trudeau had come out, this is a great point, if he had come out and met with the truckers and met with the leaders, and it wasn't such a pansy, because he's a pansy. He's a little, I don't want to say so many worse things, but he wouldn't meet with the truckers. If he did, they could have had this whole thing worked out, but he didn't want Marty Ward Jr. because you're a weak man and did not want to talk to truckers. He's a weak person. Because, again, this is not... You have to understand what this is about. And the Liberals are just going to sit there and lie straight to your face. This is the Emergency Powers Act, even though there's no protesters and trucks downtown anymore, quote-unquote, occupying Ottawa, they still want to put it in. Why? Because they want to be able to arrest you for farting in the wrong direction. They want to take your money if you don't agree with libtards. That's what they want to do. Because they have no policy, because they have no brain power whatsoever, the only way they can remain in power is by forcing you to accept their policy, or non-policy. Listen to this conservative.
I disagree with some of them, but he's debating in a strong parliamentary fashion this morning. However, I do disagree with some of the things he said. And as he mentioned, under the Emergencies Act, the key test is whether or not existing laws in Canada can solve the problems that we face. I think in the case of Ottawa, and I've been in and out of the city since the truckers' protest began, is that the actions we saw in the last couple of days are not so much a reflection of the fact that we needed the Emergencies Act, is that the Ottawa police finally started to act. At the very beginning, we could have avoided some of the challenges we had today if the Ottawa police would have taken a different approach from the onset. And the member opposite is the former Attorney General from Ontario. And there is many cases in Ontario where large police presence was required, such as the G20 summit a number of years ago, that had a huge police presence and was able to contain a large crowd. I still have not received enough evidence from the government to determine that no other existing laws would have effectively no other existing laws could not have effectively dealt with the current situation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Very quickly, I would say that I think the member opposite definitely knows that politicians cannot dictate law enforcement as to how to apply the law. We have to rely on them to do the work. What we have heard from our interim police chief, that he has clearly articulated how Emergencies Act allowed him to do the important work he has done with the help of many other police services, including the RCMP and OPP, to put an end to this illegal occupation here in Ottawa. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member
He's
for
still speaking as
Mississauga
if the occupation still exists, which is not an occupation, but it's a protest. He still thinks it's there. He's talking as if it's still there because he has to lie in order to be able to get this thing passed.
And where I'm disappointed in some of the partisan and petty level of debate coming from the opposition benches. I think there are some things that we can agree on as a House. We can agree that all Canadians are protected by our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it's our job as MPs in this House to protect those rights, including the right to expression, to peaceful assembly, and to safety and security of the person. We can agree that the majority of Canadians are frustrated and tired of this COVID-19 pandemic, which has claimed the lives of over 34,000 Canadians.
Even the ones with
we can agree that our
motorcycle
Prime Minister did not create
wounds.
COVID-19 and this global pandemic. He and his government created measures to combat it with the objective of protecting Canadians' health and safety.
Nope.
We can agree that a convoy of protesters drove for days uninhibited to Ottawa to protest various provincial and some federal regulations. For at least 3 weeks, they blocked major streets and were allowed to set up tents, to speak their minds and to express their feelings. We can agree that the organizers of this convoy turned occupation officially called for the fall of this democratically elected government to be replaced by people of their own choosing. We can agree that crowdsourcing efforts raised millions of dollars for this occupation. Over 50% of that funding comes from foreign lands.
You see now how she's just, again, and I was saying this earlier, we've been on for a while now. She just continues to read from a script. And when I know you can make some of the shit libs could make the argument that Melissa were reading from a script. Hers was different. The talking points from the libtards are all the same. They outline the same stupid ass stuff. It's like, why don't you just have one person just read, one script, because you guys keep saying the same stupid thing over and over again. And it's all the same thing. It's an occupation. They're trying to overthrow the government, which is all a lie. And they're just trying to justify taking over more of your rights and imposing more power over you because they're scared. They know that most people have no trust in them anymore, especially after this. But I'm going to have my wife on here one of these days. She brought up something really important. One of the libtards said that it was hard for members of parliament to get into the airport, where there's a UN private jet sitting at one of the airports in the area, by the way. And this is actually on video. So somebody tell me why there's a UN jet, United Nations jet, sitting in an airport. They're able to get in. But libtards are going to sit there of Parliament are going to tell you that people can't fly in and out. But we've got the UN in there. So tell me why that's allowed, or that was possible. And Betty Zoom, Schwab. That's what this is all about. All of you useless eaters, including all the libtards that vote for him. If you think that you're immune from all of this, that you're not going to get caught up in, if you go out in your car too much, if you go out for brunch, because all you liberals like to go out for brunch all the time. You go out to brunch too many times during the month, your carbon footprint's going to be too high. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to go in one of those gulag places. They're going to put you in jail, or they're going to shut your car down.
What color your party is, this behavior, it can't be defended, and our citizens have demanded action. When these convoys arrived in the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, we saw that with appropriate police action, they could minimize the harm and damage to local residents. And we need to understand why Ottawa had so much trouble. I appreciate that the hardworking women and men of our police services and our federal government have been responding since day one with all the support we could provide under normal circumstances. And to be honest, I'm disappointed that the provincial and local leadership could not handle policing these demonstrations to ensure that Ottawa's citizens were treated with respect and that our supply chains were secure. After 2 weeks of what we saw here, the Premier of Ontario declared a state of emergency and called for greater tools from our federal government to take action, which could only be administered through the Emergency Measures Act. Instead of leaving them out in their cold, our government is invoking this legislation after careful consideration and after exhausting all other measures to provide these greater tools to local authorities to address the situation. We are taking action to keep Canadians safe.
I got to say something else. Anexia, somebody else already read that exactly. And yet, any of those that want to say, when you're calling liberals names and all that, it doesn't make us look good. So what do we continue just being nice to them? Is that working? How's that working out for you? So you just want to, you just think just being super nice guy and well, we'll coddle you. I've had enough. I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough. I've had enough of being nice to these idiots. And I don't really care about calling them names. I mean, there's a lot worse things I could be saying right now about this dimwit who's reading, who basically wants to take your freedom away. And you're worried about what kind of language you're using? Give me a break, man. Grow some freaking balls. I've had enough. I've had enough of these people sitting here lying about everybody. And to be nice, it's not. This is just insane.
These measures are temporary, and to be clear, this Emergencies Act does not involve the military and will not be used to limit people's freedom of expression or freedom of speech. In fact,
she knows it's a lie.
The
They've already done it without the
Act
Emergencies Act. They kicked
requires that
everybody out.
any steps taken be reasonable and proportionate to the situation. There is a strict time limit of 30 days unless the House votes to extend, and the House of Commons has the power to revoke these measures at any time. It will not prevent people from peacefully protesting.
See, this is all a lie. And Lori Sampson, we've been nice for 2 years, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. We were all helping people out, weren't we? And guess what? It ain't 2 weeks, is it? And you think the Emergencies Act is going to be 30 days? No, you don't even need it right now. But we're only going to have it for 30 days. I'm telling you. I sit there and worry about name calling, and they call us racist and Nazis and lie. They can lie about you until the cows come home. But this woman is sitting here lying straight to your face saying, "Oh, we're not using this to take your rights away. You can protest anytime you want, except when we don't want you to, like right now." And that's it. Crush 530 said, not another inch to the COVID criminals. Because this is what they do. They chip away a little by little by little by little by little to where you're not paying any attention to it until the next thing you know, you're looking around going, holy shit, I can't even protest. I'm not allowed to do anything. And this woman is reading from a script. And she's saying the same exact thing that every other liberal just said for the past 2 hours we've been on air. But the conservatives, they make talking points that make sense. Why is this necessary? RenX, 2 weeks, 2 years? On
the ground rather than with spectators on social media to take the time, clear up misconceptions and misinformation that is beginning to fester.
There is no misinformation. All of the actual truth that's happening is on the internet in video. It's not in words. You actually see what's going on. You see how she continues to just lie and lie and lie?
Constituents about our ongoing budget, which is our plan forward out of this pandemic and out of this economic downturn. And with that, I see that my time is up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Really?
Looking forward to the questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just on the Emergencies Act, there are powers within it that allow the government, without now judicial oversight. That's what's going to happen. The Emergencies Act removes judicial oversight over the freezing of bank accounts. Earlier today, members on the Liberal side mentioned 73 bank accounts have been frozen. I'm quoting Andreas Park, a finance professor at the University of Toronto, who expresses alarm at the scope of the government's financial measures. This is a direct quote. "It doesn't just raise eyeballs, it makes your head explode." He believes that Canadians have a, quote, fundamental right to participate in the economy. So what the member is supporting is, without judicial oversight, the government can order financial institutions to freeze bank accounts. Does she think that is right? And how will charter rights be protected if you have no recourse? Like, do these people have to go to their financial institution? They have to go to court? There's also civil liabilities completely. The banks are protected when they do this. So if they do it in error to someone, how will a person have recourse during this so-called emergency that the government is claiming?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you, I thank the member for his question. You know, when this whole incident has occurred over these past number of weeks and months, we've seen how much foreign interference within the whole funding of this convoy and this occupation. And I think that we do need to be very strict with how we are approaching this and ensuring that Canadians are protected, that our borders are protected, and that we are making our own decisions as citizens. And as I mentioned in my speech, these measures are very limited time frame wise. There is an inquiry that will happen. There is also a joint committee that will sit. Canadians will have their rights ensurely protected through this.
No. And by the way, all of the liberals out there who think that you're not going to get caught up in this and your money's not going to get mistakenly frozen, have fun with this because it's going to happen to you. I can't wait for it.
And I saw that, in fact, there's a freezing of accounts. It's all in the criminal code. There was a reference to cryptocurrency. It's not in the criminal code. Do we need this measure instead of passing legislation quickly, including from now on cryptocurrency as a property that could be seized for illegal transactions, as my colleague is referring to?
Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To do is to take swift action to ensure that we are protecting the rule-based laws and lives that we live very peacefully here in Canada. And through this, we also are seeing some of the gaps that exist within our current, FinTrack laws, for example. And I think that as we go through this process, it's a great learning experience for all members in this House to see how we can strengthen our laws to ensure that we are protecting Canadians from fraud, we are protecting Canadians from crimes, and we are protecting Canadians from national security issues that some of this has triggered.
National security issues? So protesting is a national security issue to where we have to actually seize your assets.
Saga Erin Mills for her remarks. I think it's very much incumbent on the government to explain to Canadians on an ongoing basis the justification for the Emergencies Act. I agree that a situation exists that requires its invocation now, but in her mind, Madam Speaker, what conditions would need to exist in order to convince her that the Emergencies Act is no longer necessary? I think Canadians really need to have that kind of an explanation because they are quite concerned with it being invoked. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member, thank you for his question. The Emergencies Act that is being invoked now has a sunset clause of 30 days. And not only that, but members in this House can revoke it at any time, that those are the powers within this House. And I think that we, in a consensus base, we on a majority base can continue.
Once again, she continues to say it's only 30 days. It's not even necessary. Everything's already done. And what I wish a conservative would say, why do you continue to say that we need it when everybody's already gone? Why don't you just admit why you want it? You want power. And I'm telling you, you think it's going to be 30 days, ain't no way. They'll continue and continue and continue to have it extended indefinitely.
Speaker, in the clash of words and social media clickbait we are witnessing around this conflict, I feel it necessary to remind this House and Canadians that we're taking part in this critical debate as people, speaking from our own individual vantage points. It is the same for all who comment, who analyze, who interpret, and who express their opinions. We are all just people. We are here today, Madam Speaker, to deal in facts and to debate the unprecedented use of a tool of government to deal with a crisis. The Emergencies Act authorizes the taking of special, temporary measures to ensure safety and security during national emergencies. With its inception, it created more limited and specific powers for the federal government to deal with security emergencies of 5 different types.
Here we go.
National emergencies, public welfare emergencies, public order emergencies, international emergencies, and war emergencies.
Please somebody tell me that there are more conservatives than liberals that are going to vote against this who are Canadian, that I have no idea. Please tell me this, because you guys we're all doomed if that's not the case. Can somebody tell me that? Just give me an idea of what the chances are of this actually getting passed are.
I recommend that all who identify as the same check that privilege when having this discussion. And while we're talking about privilege, as a scholar of Canadian and international military history, we must also check our privilege as citizens in a democracy, in an ever-progressing judicial system designed to protect our individual freedoms. We represent less than 0.5% of the total world population, with the second largest landmass. We are truly among the most privileged people in the world. We must never forget that. Madam Speaker, I challenge Canadians and members of this House to question their echo chambers, to check themselves, their privilege, and try to see things from the other side, even if it's only to strengthen their arguments.
Jenica.
At least that moves past assumptions, which are the real scourge of our society. They are what really divides
Another
us.
Dumbelina.
Many Canadians are being
everybody.
misled. These Canadians do not need us to encourage them or keep them blissfully ignorant. Today, far too much of Canadian discourse is hateful, reactionary, and dangerous.
Same thing. It's the same talking points from the Liberal Party.
On systemic racism said, continuing to pretend that what we witnessed over the last 3 weeks was not a cover for a maturing anti-government, anti-plural
Systemic racism. There's another one.
To combat the rising hate in this country.
Rising hate in this country. Wow, we haven't heard that before and across the entire planet.
And other key locations in a politically motivated coup attempt.
You're right. What me worry, she's the racist. The liberals are the racists. because they're the ones who bring everything about race. So if you want to learn who the racists are, it's the Liberal Party. It's Jenica. It's Cody Blowy, Jenny Kwan, Laurel Collins, Francis. These are the racists. They tell you what they are. They project on you and claim that you are what they truly are. That's how liberals work. They don't want you to know who they truly are, so they blame you for all the bad stuff, even though they're the ones actually are the bad ones.
Being exposed to it. That was certainly not the experience of hundreds of people across this country and the residents in Ottawa. People were being harassed and intimidated by illegal occupiers.
More lies. And Trudeau, who's in blackface, he gets a pass because he's a liberal. Guys, you have to know, and these are the things that we have to talk about more and more and more. If somebody says racism, no, you're the racist. You're the one who's perpetrating racism, not us. You. Your own party does.
Tensions while claiming the opposite. Sowing mistrust in government institutions and public health advice is causing further harm. I've had many conversations about vaccines specifically in my community, and I encourage people to listen to their healthcare providers, not politicians, and certainly not the loudest voices in an angry mob.
But it's the politicians telling you that you have to have it. It's the politicians mandating that you have it. It's the politicians making those decisions, not allowing the people to make their own decision. It's the politicians that want to control that decision making. Do you see that she doesn't even know what she's saying? She contradicts herself.
Violence, regardless of the perceived merits of the original intent. Minimizing what is happening here and how we got here is unacceptable, as is minimizing other large-scale demonstrations and incidents of civil disobedience because of what they too were trying to say and how they felt the need to express it. There is a lot to be learned from what has transpired. And Madam Speaker, I have committed to the people of Fredericton that with each new issue, I ask for input. I ask constituents to engage, to help me take the temperature, to listen, to learn, and to then act after thoughtful, informed, evidence-based consideration. I know I'm not alone in this House saying that I've received thousands of emails, letters, and calls, and had many conversations on what's been playing out. Many are asking to be heard, and I'm listening. And while there are many who have legitimate questions and concerns that I do my best to address,
listening to Klaus Schwab.
What I am also hearing are strings of false narratives and scapegoating. I see fear based on misinformation. A lot of people need help right now.
See, this woman she's projecting upon innocent people what she is. She's the racist. She's the one purporting false information. We're all the ones that are actually seeing what's going on with the citizen journalists. Thank God for citizen journalism. Thank God for the shift in journalism going to people that are actually out there in the field and videotaping truly what's going on. And then when we see these cops in their private chat saying that we can't wait to use our jackboots on protesters. So, and she wants to tell you that there's misinformation. It's
with great privilege.
Privilege.
It takes a lot of hard work and dedication. It takes sacrifices and it takes a toll, but it is the greatest honor. And thanks to political financing laws, we are a collection of everyday Canadians who have the trust and respect of our electors. Madam Speaker, here in Canada, to vote is a sacred right and a duty, and I serve to protect that right every day in this House. And for those who disagree with me, based on the laws of this land, under our flag that has been so disrespected, they do not get to shut down critical infrastructure, illegally disrupt the lives of Canadians, and endanger public safety. We are not living in a dictatorship. We are not living in tyranny. The misleading, the agitating, the grifting, the harassment, the threats must all come to an end.
This woman is an oppressor. She is tyrannical. She supports tyranny. She supports oppression. She does not support free speech at all. This is a person, you just look right at her. She would put you in jail for whatever reason that she feels necessary. This is a liar, and this is someone who should never be elected in office again. And should never have been elected in office. And yes, God bless Maratha G. God bless the streamers, because if it wasn't for the streamers that are out there actually videotaping exactly what was going on down there, no one would really know what, and we would know that she was lying to us. We would know that she's full of shit. We would know that when she's saying that all the truckers and all those people down there were doing all these horrible things, we would know. We would have no idea. But because of the streamers and because of all the people that were down there and actually paying attention to people getting tear gassed and trampled by horses and seeing the cops laughing at the protesters, we would know that this Jenica Atwin, this demon, we would know really what was going on if it weren't for the streamers down there. And by the way, what was happening to all the streamers like Zot and everybody else? Zot's in jail. His sister has to stream because of people like Jenica who tell the cops to go arrest citizen journalists. Jenica probably told the cops, you need to go and arrest people. Those citizen journalists that are down there, you need to have them arrested. That's what Jenica does. That's Jenica for you. Jenica will throw you in jail if you don't agree with her and if you're out there telling the truth.
Does the honourable member really think that the trucker convoy is going to take over the federal government? And if so, how?
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that
Cops
question.
harassing streamers right now as we speak.
There was a very clearly stated outcome in a widely circulated memorandum of understanding that specifically set out the terms and demands of this occupation, and it was indeed to overthrow the government by having a special committee selected by Canada Unity, I believe is the name, with the Governor General and the Senate. So yes, I do believe that was the stated intent. Thank you very much.
That's a lie. She lied again. That was not the intent. She knows it wasn't the intent. It was to get rid of the mandates. And here, I just showed you, Zot's sister, whoever it is that's doing Zot's channel, were harassed by police. You can't walk around the streets of Canada right now, and in the area of Ottawa at least, without being harassed by cops because of Jenica. She should be serving coffee. That's what she should be doing. She shouldn't be in government. She should be taking out the garbage at a coffee shop.
With this situation otherwise. But what particularly interested me is that she doesn't seem to be in agreement with the Premier of her own province, because the Premier of New Brunswick said, he said, and I quote him, to reaffirm that he doesn't appreciate the enforcement of this act and doesn't think it necessary in his province, given that the police forces had the matter well in hand. I'll allow the member to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question.
Surprised that I often disagree with my Premier on many issues, and based on some of the things that he has said over the last year in particular, it does not surprise me that he is putting forward some resistance to this measure. So I'm not shocked at all that I disagree. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Port Moody-Coquitlam.
Now she's one-way street media. She's a hater of everything free. You know, this is what liberals do. If you don't agree with liberals, if you don't agree with them, then what they want to do is put you in jail. You can't have freedom of expression or disagree with them. If you don't agree with them, to the gulags you go. That's how they govern. And they shouldn't be governing. They should be serving you your dinner and your coffee, because that's all they're good for.
Going forward.
Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I sincerely thank the member for that question. You know, my background is in education. Education is the key. Anti-racism education is the key. We have to keep...
God, I can't listen to this.
based on the progressive nature of Canada over the last couple of years, it really shouldn't shock any of us that such resistance has been met with this progression. And so I think it's just about keep moving forward, keep having these conversations, keep calling out the hate when we see it.
No, we keep
making
calling
sure
you
it is
out for your
unacceptable in our
stupidity.
society, and we just have
And
to
your
believe
lies.
in better. So I still have hope despite
You
what we've
suck.
seen over the past couple of weeks. I know that Canadians can do better, and members in this House, we can do better as well. Thank you.
You can't do anything.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam
God, I'm
Speaker.
so sick of hearing
I wanna
racism,
thank the
racism,
Honourable Member
racism.
for
I'm so
Fredericton
sick of
for
hearing about it.
her thoughts, and I just want to say
Oh,
on a personal
God,
level
this
how
one.
deeply
How is she still
distressing
there?
it is
Has
to
she not gone
imagine
home yet?
that people in her own community are making her feel physically threatened based on how she may vote on a matter here in the House of Commons.
Physically
I wanna
threatened
ask
now.
this.
Now
It
everybody's
seems to
going
me
to turn
that
into a bitch now.
The convoy exposes white supremacists and racism in a well-organized alt-right
Oh my God.
network that is fueled by social media, Facebook, and Russian sites, not
Russia.
just here but elsewhere.
Russia,
The
guys.
problem is the Emergencies
She brought
Act
up
can only
Russia.
last 30 days. We're uncovering a cesspool that will take years to clean up. How does the honourable member think we can cut short the Emergencies Act, which I think if we keep it should be done very soon, and not let
Oh
go
my
of what we're
God.
discovering?
I can't.
Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands. It's so lovely to see her in the House. You know, you said it. It's about, you know, how do we keep this going? We cannot forget. I mentioned in my speech about the lessons that are to be.
Guys, I'm going to tell you, what you keep going is you keep calling these people out for their lies. Keep posting on social media. Don't listen to what they say. They're the cesspool, okay? Jenica and the Green Party and the Liberal Party, they're the cesspool. They're the scum who want to sit there and lie and say that everybody's racist because they have no political views. They have no policies that they can run on.
Saskatoon Grasswood. Today, I must oppose the Prime Minister's unjustified and draconian invocation of the Emergencies Act for the first time in Canada. Like so many watching from home in Lakeland, I'm struggling with the events of the last 2 days. Seared in my mind are images of fellow Canadians literally and metaphorically trampled, pushed
707
back,
Zaz, I'll
struck
mute him when I
down,
want to mute him. If you
driven
don't like
out,
it, go to a different
and
channel.
away by the
And if you
might,
say anything like
scope,
that again,
and
I'll just
scale
throw you off.
of the unrestrained power of the state. Like many colleagues here, I've lived, worked, and walked in the downtown Ottawa core for the past 3 weeks. And my truth is this: the most violence, obstruction, and tension I've witnessed started on Friday. My constituents are asking what is going on here and how the heck did it all come to this? Canadians have faced emergencies and threats, plane bombings, lengthy armed standoffs, threats of terrorist attacks, 9/11, massive riots, critical infrastructure and mine bombings, prolonged biker gang wars, year-long housing development occupations, mass shootings, churches deliberately burned to the ground over several months, blockades on rail lines, ports, bridges, and highways, some which lasted for more than a month, flooding, droughts, and wildfires, and even the possibility of foreign invasion.
Yep.
Canadians came through each of these tests.
Interrupting the honourable member, but can we go down with the noise? I think it's actually outside the chamber, but it's becoming very, very noisy, and we can hardly hear the honourable member for Lakeland. Thank you. Please proceed.
Canadians came through each of these tests, all of them emergencies, many involving deaths, injuries, significant and expensive property damage, and major economic impacts without the legislation that is designed only for crises when there are no other options, which we debate with heavy hearts today. Canadians always unite to defend our safety and security without violating the rights and civil liberties so many of our relatives fought and died for, which define us as a country and are the bedrock of our peaceful, free democracy. Canada has been a beacon to the rest of the world for our respect of enshrined rights like free expression and peaceful assembly, and for our commitment to protect and defend them in the face of threats and emergencies. We look back on times when that balance tipped with shame and apologies. That beacon's light has dimmed during the last 6 years. Today, it's nearly extinguished by the actions of this Prime Minister. He's setting a dangerous and unwarranted precedent, evocative of the response of authoritarian regimes to dissidents, protests, or any opposition. The Prime Minister created this crisis from beginning to end. He called the marginalized 10% of Canadians who have chosen for the various and private reasons they have to not be vaccinated, quote, misogynist, racist, science deniers. He said Canadians who travel to Ottawa to demonstrate to ask for an end to government mandates and lockdowns are conspiracy theorists who hold unacceptable views. And his actions imply they're terrorists, which, by the way, must involve bombing, shootings, and kidnapping, as legally defined, none of which has happened in Ottawa in the past 3 weeks. Of all these fellow Canadians, he actually bemoaned that they take up space and asked, do we tolerate these people? Let me say I hope there's room for every Canadian to exist, to take up space, no matter their views on vaccines or any government policies, whether I agree with them or not. Whatever happened to respect, tolerance, and diversity, to resisting the tyranny of the majority? It's chilling to think a Prime Minister would wedge, divide, and stigmatize his fellow Canadians for his personal partisan purposes, but so he has done. And more than a few people from Lakeland have pointed out, that sure went from a fringe minority to an emergency in a hurry.
Yeah, that's exactly
would almost be
right.
amusing if it weren't so grave.
Yep.
Let's remember what's going on here. 3 years in, with one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, and untold government-caused harm to families, businesses, mental health, kids' learning progress, jobs, relationships, travel, after so much isolation, fear, stress, confusion, and restrictions for which there is inconsistent or no evidence of efficacy, this Liberal government refused to do what many developed countries have already done and most provinces are already doing, end increasingly pointless mandates. Conservatives simply asked for a plan to do so 2 weeks ago, and the Liberals said no. The Prime Minister attacked and then refused to meet or hear from Canadians with whom he disagrees. And he's imposed his heavy-handed will, despite the strong opposition of 7 provinces. The Emergencies Act was never designed nor intended to be used to limit the rights of Canadians who express opposition to government measures. I confess I do have trouble seeing how parked trucks, bouncy castles, a big daily barbecue and ball hockey, Canadian flags and singing, and donations for the homeless in front of Parliament meet these criteria. The Emergencies Act requires threats to the security, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Canada, including serious violence against persons or property, impediments to democracy, and a, quote, urgent, temporary, and critical situation that seriously endangers the health and safety of Canadians that cannot be effectively dealt with by provinces or territories. Does this all add up? Well, the short answer is no. First, provincial governments and law enforcement already use and can use existing measures and tools to disperse protests and clear borders in BC, Manitoba, Quebec, at the Windsor-Detroit Bridge in Ontario, and in Alberta, where a group with firearms were disavowed by demonstrators and the mayor confirmed were not connected with them. This was all done through negotiation with law enforcement and, frankly, with common Canadian decency, all before the Emergencies Act. Second, we MPs have been coming right here to do our jobs in the literal seats of Canadian democracy every day for the last 3 weeks, except, oh right, on Friday, after the Emergencies Act was imposed. And third, the recent clearing of protesters from Ottawa on charges like mischief use existing laws, while even the lawyer who secured the injunction against honking with which truckers complied is against the Emergencies Act. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association puts a fine point on it, quote, this law creates a high and clear standard for good reason. It allows government to bypass ordinary democratic processes. Governments regularly deal with difficult situations and do so using powers granted to them by democratically elected representatives. Emergency legislation should not be normalized. It threatens our democracy and our civil liberties. The CCLA is taking the government to court over it. The impacts of the Emergencies Act are wide-ranging and severe and violate fundamental Canadian values. Regulations stipulate kids who've been hanging out happily as if at a carnival will not be allowed within 500 meters of their parents or guardians involved with protests. The Liberals evidently believe separating children from families or guardians is legitimate. Anyone who doesn't agree can get a $5,000 fine or 5 years in prison while Canada is under the Emergencies Act. The same penalties will apply to anyone who participates directly or who bring aid, such as food or fuel. As someone of Ojibwe descent, I thought by now we've agreed in Canada that it's morally repugnant and wrong for the government to separate children from their parents or guardians unless the adults are harming them, and how callous that Liberals are prepared to ensure those Canadians are deprived of food and fuel. Apparently pets are targeted too. The Emergencies Act enables freezing personal and business bank accounts of anyone directly or indirectly linked to the protests without a court order or due process. The rules will cover cryptocurrencies and crowdfunding platforms too. It's already happening to my constituents. One guy never came to Ottawa and donated 25 bucks. Another woman's business account is shut down. She says it's devastating. We can't pay our employees or our bills. How will people live? We had no part, sent no money to the convoy. Our bank does not know when it will be up and running again. So much for localized, targeted action.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, security and military experts actually say there are no suspicious activity or credible threats identified with any of the protest-related financial transactions, and the only rationale the government's shown are assertions from the CBC. That's truly shocking. The Emergencies Act is already violating rights to mobility, association, and assembly. Big fences are already keeping Canadians away from here, a building that's theirs, grounds that are theirs, the people's place, the very place of all where they ought to be able to express their views on government policies and law. Gatherings around legislative buildings and national monuments, public assembly other than lawful advocacy, protest, or dissent, much of which has now been criminalized retroactively, near critical infrastructure, official residences, government buildings, and war monuments are banned. Canadians cheering all of this on must really consider how they would view these measures if the cause was one they liked and if the government was one they didn't. If their perspective changes, the unjust moral implications are blindingly clear. Much has been said of Conservatives and law and order. Let me explain my view. I believe in the rule of law and in freedom. So I'm for individual rights, limited government, personal responsibility, and social cooperation. I'm against squashing dissent, authoritarian policies, tyranny even if it's popular, and using police to achieve these ends. The CCLA says protest is how people in a democracy express and share their political messages. Many protests are destructive. It's possible for protests to be both disruptive and peaceful and nonviolent. Destructive protests, while often unlawful, can be the most effective way of raising awareness. Through history, countless wrongs have been lawful and justified by governments and citizens. Basic rights and freedoms have been illegal. It's never the side in favor of the invasive, unforgiving, unyielding power of the state and against the sovereignty and freedom of individuals over themselves and their lives that is right. One day, we'll be judged for this, and Conservatives will be on the right side. I hope every MP will be too.
Yeah. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, in one word, wow. You know, I think she should be recruiting Max Bernier to run for the Conservative Party. You know, we're seeing the extreme right. Yep. You want to talk about a speech? This member, I don't. What do you say? Does she support the rule of law? No. Listen to the comments that she puts on the record.
Oh my
it's
God,
almost as if she's
guy.
patting on the back, saying the blockade was a wonderful thing. We should be encouraging these things to be taking place. Does the member and her Conservative colleagues not realize the damage that was caused?
Who let the crazy guy into the deal?
She wants to see children put up as barriers, Madam Speaker. Right. Incredible. Right. Does she support the People's Party? I couldn't believe the comments that are coming from Conservative members. My question is, seriously, do you support the rule of law?
This guy's
the
nuts.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Nuttier than a fruitcake.
So that is precisely the name-calling, extremist, inflammatory, frothing at the mouth, putting words in a person's mouth, painting with one big broad brush, and twisting the points that a person has made.
What a psycho.
That's exactly what has driven hundreds of thousands of Canadians to feel ignored, abandoned, insulted, attacked by elected representatives, by this Prime Minister, and by this government. And frankly, he should be ashamed of himself.
He should be ashamed of himself.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton
that son of a bitch. What
Thank you, Madam
nut.
Speaker. You know what? I don't always agree with members of the Liberal Party, but I also am quite shocked with some of the comments that we heard in this speech. And what it brought to mind, I looked it up because I had read an article by Andrew Coyne yesterday from the Globe and Mail, and he said Conservatives have of late devolved into political magpies, snatching up whatever shiny object crosses their path, no matter how incoherent, indefensible, or unconservative, just so long as it enrages the Liberals. So I have to ask my colleague through you, Madam Speaker, if threats of insurrection of our government, if violence in the streets of our capital city that have made it unsafe for my employees to come to...
Here we go again. Another nut talking about people being violent downtown. We all know it's a lie because we all saw it with our own eyes.
...to be picking at.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Psychos, man, and they lie as if you don't know.
This is about a fundamental principle of the ability for citizens to express themselves and not have the government do an extreme and unprecedented action which is invasive in all parts of their lives, for which tools already exist. That is what we are debating here today with the Emergencies Act. When it comes to threatening people's lives or assaulting or criminal activities, of course, I'm sure the colleagues, if they're dealing with me in fair faith and good faith in this House, know that I would be among the first to say, throw the book at them, charge them, go to jail, increase penalties. What we are talking about is debating a government doing something that has never been done before, where the consequences are wide-ranging and severe, on issues that provinces and law enforcement have shown repeatedly they can take care of and manage themselves.
And comments, questions et
The
commentaires.
only one that has
member for
anything
Laval-les-Îles.
with any common sense to say.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
Madam Chair, is it Alfred Pella?
I'm sorry. Alfred Pella, yes.
No problem, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can my colleague from Lakeland, Alberta, who seems to be so appalled by the emergencies measures, explain to Canadians if the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act of Premier Kenney, that suppresses almost any demonstration with the highest penalties in Canada, appalls her as much?
For Lakeland.
I'm here on behalf of the people of Lakeland, whose bank accounts have already been frozen, who are worried about the impacts on their abilities to attend public events with their children, who aren't sure if they're going to be targeted and shut down and pursued by a government with whom they simply ideologically and politically disagree. That's what I'm opposed to in this House of Commons. The Prime Minister's unprecedented, unnecessary, and draconian invocation of the Emergencies Act, and that's what I'll vote against.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Greenwood. Grasswood, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I was a young teenager when the War Measures Act in 1970 gripped the country for many days. I know I don't look that old, but I remember that back in 1970. In fact, I remember watching the event on television, fearful for my country. Madam Speaker, 52 years later, under a new act, 37 million Canadians, I find, in this country are more divided than ever. Our country is in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. 1988.
May I interrupt? Est-ce que je peux demander aux honorables...
May I ask the honourable members to please not make so much noise when their colleagues are speaking? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. 1988, under the Conservatives, Parliament debated for months the new Emergency Act, and up until this week, it was never used. The question on everyone's mind in the House is, should the current government have invoked the Emergencies Act? We've asked the government for weeks, what were they doing to defuse the convoy? Many MPs from the opposition side had dialogue with the protesters. In fact, I was one. I listened to a number of Saskatchewan drivers who made their way to the nation's capital. That is my job, Madam Speaker. That is my job as a member of Parliament, to listen. Listen to other views that, at times, we may not agree with. And that is the tough part of this job. But we have to listen. And I kind of found it surprising today, a number of parliamentary secretaries from the government side actually admitted they too were on the street talking with their constituents. And that is a shock, because the government never admitted that until today. While it is true that there were many different views being represented in this city, it is entirely unfair to categorize all protesters as fringe extremists. This was our Prime Minister's first reaction in the House. He has a pattern of saying divisive and derogatory things when he is faced with major issues that he's not equipped to handle. We saw a prime example of this just last week when the Prime Minister hurled a very disgraceful insult at my friend and our colleague, the member from Thornhill, a granddaughter of the Holocaust survivor, accusing her of supporting a profoundly immoral ideology, the same evil ideology that he claimed millions of innocent Jews during the Holocaust. He still today has not apologized. Shameful for the leader of this country. But with regard to the current debate surrounding the Emergencies Act, I don't believe the Prime Minister has met the key thresholds outlined to invoke this act. But we have seen in the last 23 days or so, it lies at the feet, I think, of the Prime Minister and his cabinet. This government has totally mismanaged this situation. It could have, like the blockades in Coutts, Alberta, even Emerson, Manitoba, Surrey, BC, and the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, have ended without the need of the Emergencies Act. All 4 or 5 of those incidents that I just spoke about actually did not need the Emergency Act. The protest happened, and it was quietly, they did away with it. Why did this Prime Minister then go from 0 to 100% without any action or even any dialogue? The key to conflict in this House, the key to conflict resolution is to work with people. We all know that. We try desperately on each side to work with people. But using derogatory and divisive language only fans the flames of disagreement, which we certainly saw in the last 23 days. We are all aware that there were some people protesting here in the city with abhorrent racist views. And let me be crystal clear, I condemn the behavior and all those views without any reservation. Let's make no mistake, Madam Speaker, the events of the last month and the government's mishandling of them will go down, I think, in history as one of the darkest times in this country. Lots has been said in this House about the foreign money coming into this country with the convoy. GoFundMe froze the funds. They returned some to the donors. And then we had GiveSendGo's website. Well, it was mysteriously hacked, revealing the names and email addresses of those who contributed to the protests.
Yeah, who do you think was behind that?
Now, I can tell you many Canadians, 48% Canadians, donated to this cause. We know Canadians coast to coast to coast have donated $5, $10, $20, $50 or more. In fact, in my province of Saskatchewan, over 1,300 people contributed to the convoy. 1,300 people. 72% of those donations out of my province were under $100 or less. So we're talking $10, $20, $50, and so on. And I've talked with people who donated and now are very worried that their bank accounts will be frozen. This is just a terrifying situation for many innocent people who have made modest donations to a cause that they supported. The potential for this to severely damage their personal and even business finances is extremely distressing, and it should be for all Canadians. Canadians should not have to worry that their finances are in danger of ruin by the government because they supported this protest. And yes, I do understand that there's, again, extreme cases where this becomes a factor. But in this situation, the government is being heavy-handed, they're being punitive and trying to control by fear. I have received dozens of emails on this matter. And Madam Speaker, I'm just going to give you 3 because I've received a pile like this over the last 3 days. Thursday, I get an email from a woman in my riding saying she donated to the convoy convoy. She is now scared that her bank account will be frozen.
Yeah,
You know,
John
the next
Costello,
day
that's
she
right.
went down
That's
to
what
the
I heard
bank
too.
and withdrew a sizable amount of money. Think about that. The next day, Friday morning, she's down at the TD Bank saying, I want to withdraw most of my money. A senior in my riding is most disturbed. The government is targeting of individual bank accounts. And then there's another email saying freezing Canadians' personal or business bank accounts without court order or consequence is totally unacceptable and should have Canadians very worried. I know I am. And we all should be very concerned about this. Another troubling aspect of invoking this act is there will be already tools at the disposal of law enforcement to deal with this unlawful protest. The Liberal Justice Minister claimed it was necessary to invoke the Emergency Act in order to compel tow truck operators to remove illegally parked vehicles. However, in Section 129B of the Criminal Code, it does give police the option to require anyone without reasonable excuse, quote, to assist a public officer or peace officer in the execution of his duty.
Especially Americans, if TD does it, TD Bank does that, take your money out of TD Bank.
I and my Conservative colleagues oppose
because they're in America
the Measure
too.
Act. It is clear case of simply a government overreach. The act is supposed to be used for emergency situations that cannot be addressed through existing laws. The government has failed to explain why precisely this act needed to be invoked at this time. In fact, the following organizations have come out publicly against this Liberal overreach: the World Sikh Organization, the BC Civil Liberties Association, Canadian Constitution Federation. This is in addition to the opposition of 7 provincial governments. And as you know, governments in the different provinces all have the powers that they need to deal with blockades and street protests. This is a totally dangerous precedent that cannot be easily undone. The Conservative Party has spoken again and again in favor of dialogue and discussion, but this Prime Minister has repeatedly refused. He has chosen instead to divide and insult Canadians. Canadians agree that law and order must be maintained, but the Emergency Act, the successor of the War Measures Act, is not a way to do it. Madam Speaker, I cannot in good conscience support giving unlimited and unchecked power to a Liberal Prime Minister who has repeatedly demonstrated lack of good judgment here in the House of Commons. My constituents have spoken loud and clear.
RBC's another
they demand
one,
better leadership than we currently have in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my friend opposite, who I have a great deal of respect for, and we've worked well together over the years. I do want to give him some startling numbers. I know he cited some numbers.
This is the
with
Attorney
respect
General.
to the fundraising, some 52% of the funds came from the U.S. 1,100 of those names relate to the same donors that donated to the January 6th insurrection
Now,
at
here we go
Capitol
with the
Hill last
insurrection
year.
on January 6th.
Does it not worry him that the level of hatred that we've seen, and it's not an isolated 1 or 2 or 3 people. This has been a number of different people with a number of different symbols, as well as expressions of hate, without others denouncing them, particularly the
This guy's
leadership
the Attorney General.
denouncing this hatred. Does it not worry him that we're going in the
Unbelievable.
wrong direction, and the support of these blockades really sends a wrong signal in terms of law enforcement, in terms of having a safe country for all?
This guy is the head of law enforcement of Canada.
Number 4, Saskatoon Grasswood.
Madam
Oh
Speaker, I
my
want to
God.
thank the Secretary Minister of Justice. It's interesting how this government gets around looking at bank accounts. I remember in 2015, Leeds Now cost Joan Crockett her MP seat in the city of Calgary. Thousands of dollars from Lead Now from outside this country went into the Calgary riding and cost Joan Crockett the seat. 4 years later, we won it back. And what about the Tides Foundation in this country? Exactly. Can we look at their books, Madam Speaker? They have done reparable damage in Western Canada with all the money coming in from the United States and throughout the world. Those are two great examples to
How about the money Trudeau's getting from the vaccines?
Minister of Justice just mentioned
Somebody can give me the remind me the details of that.
This situation.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre. Vancouver East. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments. He cited a lot of people in his speech, but I wonder what the members thinks about the comments from the former Conservative MP Peter MacKay and Senator Vern White, who said, and I quote, "What we have seen in the occupation of Ottawa and blockages at border crossings is not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada. Leaving aside the stated manifesto of the organizers to overthrow the government, these protests are weakening our economy and disrupting the freedoms of law-abiding citizens," end quote. As we have seen, many citizens, particularly in downtown Ottawa, were not able to leave their homes and they felt unsafe. They were harassed. They were shouted
No, they
at.
weren't. Liar.
What is the member's comments to those law-abiding citizens? And does he think that his former colleague, the former MP Peter MacKay, and the current Senator Vern White are wrong?
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the member of Vancouver East, I wonder about the great Tommy Douglas. What would he think about her party here today? Because Tommy Douglas supported the 1970 War Measures Act. How about Swen Robinson from her province of BC?
This guy's way too smart for Jenny Kwan.
He can't believe what the NDP stand for today.
She's
you know why? Because they stand for nothing, Madam Speaker. We know that. They don't stand for Canadians. And what about Aaron Weir, former Saskatchewan MP? By the way, we have no more NDP MPs in our province for 2 elections in a row. Why? Because citizens of Saskatchewan have seen through that party.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gold-Files.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague from Grassroots, I think we've seen something called a war room in the Alberta government, and a very expensive report that tried to look into and did look into all the foundation money that ever went into Alberta. Didn't find any evidence of anything other than it was all reported, it was never hidden, and as far as lead now, as far as I know, all their donors are Canadian. So I think we've already put to bed the rumors. If you want to find foreign-funded large influence on energy policy in Alberta, look no farther than the board of directors of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. 80% of them controlled by foreign interests.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thanks to the member of
Costello, they lie so much because...
Island. I will say this, because I've watched for the last 2 days quite a bit of the debate, and she has not made up her mind on this. And I believe her, actually, and we're looking forward to where her vote goes tomorrow night. But you know, Western Canada, they're looking at every NDP and Green MP to see where they will vote tomorrow night, and they will not forget, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First,
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to...
Yeah, I just want to answer this. John Costello, why do they lie so much? If you watch the live feed, yeah, because they have to lie in order to stay in power, because they have no policy to stand behind. So the only thing that they can say is everybody's racist, because there's nothing that they have that people want to vote for. So the only thing that they can do is scare and control to stay in power. That's it. And all they want is power. They don't want to make your life better. They just want to stay in power.
Madam Speaker, you know, I will be sharing my time with the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. And again, Madam Speaker, speaking of eyes, and eyes that are riveted on Canada, I've always admired the work of cartoonists. Indeed, the art of caricature, especially since the advent of the written press at the end of the 18th century, the beginning of the 19th century in the Western part of the world has been part of political discourse. As a counterpoint, it makes it possible to render subject matter through simple pictorial representations, striking in clarity because easily grasped by the mind, and that also communicate the essence of an individual or an event through the medium of humor, often caustic humor or even cynical humor, but making it possible to grasp in a single glance what is not set out as the truth or aim in and of itself, but rather as the fault lines of a situation. And it's a rich and needed way of questioning. A good example of mastery in this art form, able to enlighten us today, was published yesterday at about the same time in the pages of the Journal de Montréal newspaper by the cartoonist Y. Of course, Madam Speaker, I cannot, under the rules of the House, show you this cartoon here, but please allow me to describe it to you and use your imagination, because it is
Anybody
in a way
know
to show
what
by the
she's
end of my
talking
speech
about?
based on the fault lines
I can't follow this woman.
that I mentioned. And they're really lines,
He's talking
the
about
power
memes and
lines
stuff,
in this situation that will
cartoons.
lead me to vote against the statement or the declaration before us. Let me just set the context for this cartoon. Where it is taking place. It is the office of the Prime Minister of Canada.
Okay, I'm gonna
The
get a
only
drink. Can
furniture
somebody
visible
explain this
is
to me when I
a
come back,
desk
please?
and a chair that has been moved to the right in order to free up the underside of the desk. On the desk, there are a few objects. On the left, a corded telephone, in a frame, a photo of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the father of the current Prime Minister, whose right arm and hand are making the universal gesture of putting his hand over his eyes as a sign of discouragement. It's commonly known as slapping your own forehead. On the opposite side of the desk, quite on the opposite side, in the background, or rather in the foreground, a pink stuffed animal, which could be likened to a Care Bear, and behind the stuffed animal, an object which looks like a cup in the shape of a unicorn head. And in the center of the desk is the Emergency Measures Act, which appears to have been freshly signed by the Prime Minister, as a pen is placed perpendicular to that document. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that the working chair had been moved to the right of the desk to make some room. That's because the Prime Minister is hidden under that desk, dressed like the infamous character from those books. Perhaps you know them, Madam Speaker. They're called Where's Charlie? It's a game which, I remind you, consists of finding the character, Charlie, who is hidden in the scene. Crouched down, we see the Prime Minister facing the viewer, a worried look in his eyes, his fingers crossed, like that, and who says out loud, Is it over? The Prime Minister, who is questioning the state of the country that he is governing. Is it over? Madam Speaker, let's look more at these details. And two key points. The character in the middle of the desk is the Emergency Measures Act. And we see the photo of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. His hand seems to defend the actions of his son. We're talking about a representation here, and anyway, it's in color, and we see that this is the first time of using the legislation adopted in 1988. That is an updated version of the War Measures Act, which has a clear traumatizing role in the eyes of the Quebec nation, a modern version that has never been used by any government, but furthermore, where the use is disproportionate to the situation. Like everyone knows, there were resolutions in Windsor, Coutts, and elsewhere before the proclamation of this act on February 14th. Only Ottawa, the capital, not Ottawa, the city, was still under siege until today. It no longer is. This signifies that this last resort measure was promulgated for reasons that required in no way the Emergencies Act. And the situation was already under control, with the exception of the capital of Canada. 6 Canadian provinces and Quebec through the adoption of a unanimous motion at the National Assembly of Quebec, expressed their categorical refusal to the War Measures Act being applied. And we see what happened on February 14th for this government to decree this excessive measure to resolve a situation that had already ended. This shows absurdity, to paraphrase my colleague from Joliette. It's
if I'm not mistaken,
bomb,
I think she's actually saying that we shouldn't invoke the Emergencies Act.
That
she's
never
doing
even
a hell of a
landed
job
on our own arm.
dragging it on,
Now,
but I think she's actually on the right side, but I'm not sure.
On the right of the Emergency Measures Act on the office, that is the teddy bear, and the unicorn cup. Of course, these objects are remind us of childhood. And in this case, it's a negative characteristics with regard to the Prime Minister and what we could call the magic thoughts, the magical thinking, the belief that his own abstract desire will help to solve a concrete problem without any need to intervene. A unicorn is a mythological creature. It can represent purification or love. And the Prime Minister has refused to see the reality and, in fact, has sought to not divest himself of his responsibility. I talked about Charlie earlier, the one who hides in the crowd.
Phew, she did it, I think.
And that is very difficult to find. Sure. Charlie, who is crossing his fingers for luck, hiding like in a bunker. The vacant chair of the Prime Minister, with all that symbolizes, the Prime Minister cannot be found. In fact, where was he before the crisis, when they announced the imminent departure of a convoy, when it started, when it arrived, when it settled and dug in? The Prime Minister should have been there for Canadians. As he has repeated ad nauseum, he should have been there, perhaps, been there with all his arrogance and contempt, been there in what I call his selective absence, this fascinating capacity to pick the moment and then reappear without really doing so. I don't believe in the Prime Minister's reality, just like I don't believe in unicorns. There is a lack of leadership.
That's all she needed to say. But
there is
good.
a lack
Hopefully
of
there's more
ability
people
to
like her that are going to vote against this. Because this is what we need against the Liberal Party,
like a leader, and intrinsically
this
implies persuading, if not being able to convince. To assume leadership, it is necessary not only to be there for real, but to be there in action. This requires an agent. Let me conclude with this question posed by this character of the Prime Minister in this cartoon, which crystallizes the essence of what we're dealing with here today in the House. The legend that the fires lit from Quebec City to Vancouver have been extinguished in recent days by the magical power of the swelling of the Emergency Measures Act decree, which was proportionally inflated by the sidereal vacuum of leadership of the Prime Minister. Yes, a giant balloon, a balloonish measure can capture all the attention, and of course it can divert it from what one may wish to hide, but the fact remains that it is a balloon. To the question, the time has ended. We will move to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, you know, I'm certainly not one to weigh into how the politics in Quebec works, but I'm pretty sure that I don't think that there's a single member in this House that actually ever thought the Bloc Québécois would vote in favor of this, just given their position, generally speaking, when it comes to national legislation like this. Having said that, this member's attempt to conflate the War Measures Act with the Emergencies Act, just like the Conservatives done, is disingenuous at best and an attempt to completely misinform the Canadian public at worst. This member should know full well that the War Measures Act actually removed civil liberties that were afforded to Canadians. This piece of legislation specifically states in it that the Charter of Rights must be upheld, which is the defining feature between this and the War Measures Act. How can this member continue to perpetuate this misinformation?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I would say to the question of the Prime Minister, is it over? I would have said, yes, Prime Minister, it's over. And you know what? It was over before
I'm actually
there was
liking her
action
now.
taken. Come out of your hiding place and do what you thought about doing 3 weeks after the demonstration that you considered as an emergency by the very measure of the non-existence of your national crisis. What is a real emergency and national crisis, Madam Speaker, is that this government needs a leader. That does not respond to the question. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. I want to thank my colleague from Manicouagan for the speech, and we share, in fact, the fact that the Prime Minister and the Liberal government let the situation fester. The Prime Minister was absent, and this did not allow the resolution of the crisis in the time that it should have taken. But will she not admit that when a convoy organized by the far right, people who are extremely radical, who clearly say they want to overthrow the government, an elected government, and who terrorize, harass, intimidate residents of downtown Ottawa, it is a crisis situation, and the application of the Act allowed for a perimeter to increase fines and to freeze bank accounts, all things that couldn't have been done without the application of the Emergencies Act, as the acting Chief of Police of Ottawa has said. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Of course, I will condemn any presence of far-right group, no matter where they are, and I must say it's not something new. I remember when I was 14, I was part of an anti-racism and anti-fascism group, and there were far-right groups back then. I think we're talking about 1982. So it's not new. What is happening now is that it's the result of the lack of action by the Prime Minister. Has never really been there since the beginning. So everything got worse, and then he said, I need heavy artillery. He had done nothing since the beginning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard often from the members opposite who talk about the fact that they couldn't do this Emergency Act without invoking it, couldn't do some things you need, but Section 129 of the Criminal Code allows the Minister of Justice to impose and get people, tow trucks, to implement and work with policing. The Interprovincial Policing Act in Ontario enables the police chief to deputize any person simply to do this. So can the Honourable Member tell me if she has heard any arguments from the government during this important debate that justify or demonstrate that the government has pursued any of these tools, legal tools, before invoking this act?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, for me, didn't manage to justify it. There'll have to be a report if the decree is passed, so they'll have to demonstrate that really what he did, if he really felt that the city of Ottawa was a city like others when it is a national capital, and he let the situation fester. And I think this shows a lack of leadership, and it's a selective absence by the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to join my colleague in thanking the police services, but also our interpreters who have been interpreting for us since 7 Thursday morning and until late in the night, and they'll be here again tomorrow. So I'd like to pay them particular attention and thank them. You know, I am the 22nd member of the Bloc Québécois to speak to the motion on the Emergency Act. This is something historic. It's the very first time the parliamentarians have been asked to give their assent and approval of this Emergencies Act. I think that the Bloc has shown that the authorities had everything they needed at their disposal to deal with the situation and end the occupation of Ottawa. I'd like to hope that all members here in this House are aware of the fact that encouragement to hate, all these things, all the things that are around it, all of this is unacceptable and is dealt with in existing legislation. Intimidating residents and local business people, bullying, spitting on journalists. This is prohibited, and it is dealt with in the criminal code. I think there could be investigations of funding from abroad in order to destabilize politically. But I am proud of the colleagues, my colleagues who have shown real discernment and an understanding of nuance and who know that the situation in Ottawa has for a long time now become untenable. Things should have never come to this. There was a clear and serious problem of leadership, as my colleague, the member for Manicouagan, said so well. Now, they should have done something to end this demonstration, but this debate that we've been dealing with for a few days and tomorrow again, it has to do with confirming the Emergencies Act, the invocation of this act, and this is where opinions differ. We're asking whether this exceptional piece of legislation should be enforced, and that everywhere, all over Canada, everywhere on Canadian territory, these exceptional measures in the Emergencies Act, are they truly necessary to deal with were they necessary to have dealt with the impasse in Ottawa? I think it's dangerous to trivialize recourse to this act without any thought to what might happen in Quebec, in Ontario, in Saskatchewan, or Nunavut. I believe that we have shown that, in our opinion, the government has not proved beyond any doubt that all criteria were met to say that there was something that would necessitate the Emergencies Act. Further, this creates a dangerous precedent, a potentially dangerous precedent. I would like to say that the position of the Bloc Québécois also is one with the resolution taken by the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously. They spoke against this act through a motion unanimously passed, unanimously carried in the National Assembly. They spoke with one voice. I repeat, all Quebec's elected representatives, and each of them, one by one, and I think this is how you can interpret the position of the Bloc Québécois. I think these are the basic grounds of whether or not we will confirm this motion, a motion that applies to Quebec. Mr. François Paradis, who's the Speaker of the National Assembly, said that this unanimous support by all members of all parties and all independents showed that there was a clear message, and I don't think the message could have been any clearer. I'm very proud of my caucus, which is saying loud and clear that it also has the same opinion as the National Assembly. And you have to realize what this is, the weight of a unanimously carried motion in the National Assembly. I'm glad that the members of my caucus have been been respectful of nuance, have been truly discerning, because what we're lacking now in this debate and during this pandemic, well, this is something that should inspire us to the greatest prudence. Now, in proclaiming this act, why is this important in dealing with the...
Oh my God! All right, guys, I'm going to be signing off here at 6 o'clock. So I'm warning you now. I'm ending this at 6. I can't listen to people like this anymore. So we'll continue until 6. Just letting you know, because I got to move on.
Benches don't seem 100% convinced of the necessity of this legislation. This is exceptional, an exceptional act, and I think people should be thoroughly convinced of its necessity, of its indispensability. I believe that Monday night I will vote no to this motion. Besides the political and legal aspects, we will, in the Bloc Québécois, vote along the same lines as the National Assembly. This would be consistent with our basic political commitments. I think that the unanimity of the National Assembly was such, I would have liked it to have seen it reflected in this House. I would have liked to be able to discuss this before the order of invocation and not after. We have to consider the significance of this act, but we have seen partisanship, insinuations that certain people belong to alt-right groups, and even insinuations that some people are racist. But this is beyond us. We've looked at the petty politics, the insults. But this is a historical debate. We're better than this, and we're greater than this, and we have the duty to be so. I'd like to ask my colleagues, are you convinced beyond any doubt that this act is necessary? An act whose modus operandi is a political crisis? Do you think that we will come out of this better people, better parliamentarians? Since the beginning, this debate has had to do with democracy.
It's the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate being here in this House debating this very important piece of legislation that's before us. And I want to thank the member who just spoke. I work with her closely in our joint roles as whips, and I really appreciated the very sensitive nature of which she took this speech. And I also want to say that these are amazing times, and I do believe that we should not be here, and here we are. I also want to say that today when I was walking to come to work, I saw something that really bothered me. I saw a small business owner chasing 2 men out of his store with a stick, yelling at them, and he could not get a hold of the police. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk about the impacts that this kind of recklessness in this country that is happening, when we see this extremism, when we see this blockade for 3 weeks, when we see people feeling so afraid, and we also see the impacts of that activity, which means our social structures start to come undone. And if we cannot stand up in this House and talk about how we're going to deal with that, then I don't think we're doing our jobs very well. And I would love to hear her thoughtful response, just as thoughtful as her speech was. Thank you.
The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, which gives me the opportunity to say clearly that the people who made up this convoy and occupied the streets did not all have the same message. I think we've forgotten this in order to spotlight one group above the others. I have talked to people who were crying because they wanted to withdraw from the convoy, but they felt trapped. I think that now the streets are empty. The demonstration is over. We no longer need this legislation. It is no longer necessary to manage a crisis which is ending.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't entirely disagree with the comments from my colleague in the block when she said that, there were a lot of people who, got caught up in this who had different intentions than those who were more on a path of the lawless behavior that we've seen. But the reality is those that were here in the week leading up to the...
Yeah, Nexia, I'm glad the block is against it as well. It's nice to see. Hopefully it's enough votes to not pass.
By that point, represented those that were dug in and had their heels in order to ensure that, saying that they wouldn't leave. But more importantly, we've heard a lot about, well, the powers were there, the provinces had the powers to do this or that. Yes, the provinces had the power to bring in other police forces, but they didn't. And the provinces didn't do anything. Is this member saying that it just happens to be a coincidence? I would like to ask my question without being heckled. Is this member?
You deserve to be heckled.
Order, please. Can we listen to the question until the end?
Suggesting that it just happened to be a coincidence that the Emergencies Measures Act came in on Monday, and then we started to see real action on Thursday. Is that just a coincidence? And it had nothing to do with the emergency measures?
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can say quite sincerely that I am staggered by my colleague's question. It seems he's asking me if the provinces let this degenerate, and it took the federal government to get the troops out exceptionally and do the job. Look, I'm sorry. I believe that the honourable member has no more arguments. He's been here a long time. He's tired.
There you go.
And what he just said, I think, got ahead of his thoughts. All the police services who were here, who made up a team, who worked together, it is those services, with the support of a coordinated command, were able to disperse the blockade and dismantle.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted you to know I'll be splitting my time today with the member from Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River. It's a sad day to be speaking here on behalf of the constituents of Saskatoon West. When I first ran for office 2.5 years ago, I never thought I would spend most of my time representing my constituents during a time of COVID-19. When I ran for re-election just 6 months ago, I never imagined I would be representing them during a debate about martial law being imposed upon them. From day one, in that campaign, when the Prime Minister deliberately set out to wedge, divide, and stigmatize our population, the wisest among us may have foreseen this power grab. Unfortunately, I was naive enough to think that even this Prime Minister had a modicum of love and respect for his fellow Canadians and for democracy.
Yeah, the
truth is, his love is for power, his respect is for dictatorships. So, what is the Emergency Act, Madam Speaker? I want to be absolutely clear. This is a naked power grab by the Prime Minister, and I will not be supporting it. This act allows the government, under certain strict criteria, to override all established laws, regulations, and norms of Canadian democracy. It is, simply put, the imposition of martial law. And the New York Times reported these measures for what they are: temporary suspension of civil liberties. This legislation is a successor to the War Measures Act and has never been used in Canadian history. Its predecessor was used during the World Wars to help Canada mobilize, and by the first Trudeau to go after real terrorists in Quebec during the FLQ crisis in 1970. Today, his son, our current Prime Minister, is using emergency powers to clear vehicles on Ottawa streets. To be clear, I, along with my colleagues in the Conservative Party, have called for an end to these blockades. But the vehicles at the U.S. border crossings were already gone before this Emergency Act was even initiated. The Liberals said they needed this power to compel Ottawa tow truck drivers. They didn't. Existing laws already gave that power.
That's exactly right.
In fact, nearly everything they are doing could have been done under the provincial emergency order. The extraordinary powers of the Federal Emergency Act have never been invoked, even when the Twin Towers were toppled on 9/11, when we went to war in Afghanistan, or when an actual terrorist stormed Parliament here in 2014 and tried to assassinate the Prime Minister. The fact is, this Prime Minister mishandled this situation right from the beginning. Every parent teaches their child to use their words and not their fists. Instead, our incompetent Prime Minister chose division over leadership, chose name-calling over dialogue. As an aviation enthusiast, I'm fascinated by airplane crashes. The root cause of a plane crash can always be traced to someone not even on the plane. The reason for the crash is never the most obvious one. You have to keep asking why. Why did the engine quit? Why did you run out of fuel? Why was the fuel gauge incorrect? Et cetera, until you get to the root cause. If we apply that strategy here, what is the root cause of the unrest that we see today? Is it the protesters themselves? Certainly they will be the ones held accountable for their actions, but why were they here? One root cause was the mandate for truckers to be vaccinated. Who forced that? The Prime Minister. Another root cause is frustration and weariness with COVID restrictions in general. When the provinces began to relax restrictions, the federal government was intent on keeping them in place. Who forced that? Again, the Prime Minister. In fact, time and time again, you can trace the root cause of this conflict right to the feet of the Prime Minister. His own MPs have said that the Prime Minister has politicized the pandemic, using division and fear to pit Canadian against Canadian. We have neighbors snitching on neighbors, fully encouraged by the government. This Prime Minister desires division, and he depends on it to retain his political power. Conservatives, Madam Speaker, want to lead with dialogue and mutual respect. We know that a root cause of this conflict is the lack of a plan to move us past the COVID restrictions of the last 2 years. So, last Monday, there was a vote in this House of Commons on our Conservative motion to make a plan to end COVID-19 mandates and restrictions. The Liberals and their lackeys in the NDP voted it down. In this situation, it's the cheerleading of the NDP that is perhaps the most telling of all. The NDP, going back to its CCF roots in Saskatchewan, pretends to be the hero of the little guy, the working class. These last few weeks have finally discredited that myth. We know that many of the current NDP are self-proclaimed socialists. Just like our Prime Minister admires Communist China's basic dictatorship, today's NDP looks back in time at Lenin and Stalin and yearn for a return to those days. The whole philosophy of socialism, as written by Marx, was to put down dissent
I'll keep
and
going
seize
until
power
this guy's
through
done because
violence.
he's got good points.
I read with great interest the tweet of former NDP Member of Parliament Sven Robinson. He was referring to the 1970 vote when the first Trudeau invoked these emergency powers. Sven said, quote, "The NDP caucus in 1970 under Tommy Douglas took a courageous and principled stand against the War Measures Act. Today's NDP under betrays that legacy and supports Liberals on the Emergencies Act. Shame. A very dangerous precedent is being set," end quote. Traditionally, the NDP has stood on the side of civil liberties and prevented governments from being granted sweeping powers. Today's NDP, not so much. Now, this won't come as a surprise to current NDP leadership, but this should be a wake-up call to all Canadians who support the NDP. The NDP is not the friend of democracy. Madam Speaker, I want to get to the heart of the matter. A leader skilled in dividing and stigmatizing is also skilled at distracting. Like a
When I
clever
sign off, this is where you can go.
Our Prime Minister is having us look at
It's on
downtown Ottawa
CPAC. Just
while he
click on
works
that
behind
big
the scenes to
House of
carry out his
Commons
true goal.
proceedings, and
What
it'll
is
take
that?
you to the live link.
Well, as they say, follow the money. The Finance Minister let slip this week that their real desire is to make some of the emergency measures permanently available to the government. And which measures was she referring to? Financial tools. Now, let's take a step back. All dictators want control. In our modern society, control is exercised through money. You can't do anything without money. Even exercising constitutional freedoms requires money. For example, freedom of speech might require a website, a pamphlet, an advertisement, etc., all of which require money. If you take away our money, you take away our freedoms. My parents grew up with cash. You could accumulate a pillowcase full of cash, put all that cash into a briefcase, and buy your neighbor's house by handing that briefcase over to him. In most of human history, that is how transactions were done, using shells, gold, cattle, etc. Today, if you show up with a briefcase full of money, you'll likely be arrested. Governments, through their central banks, want cash to be eliminated so they can control our money and therefore control us. And this plan was going very well until GoFundMe and cryptocurrencies showed up. These new payment methods have thrown a big monkey wrench into the wheels of government control, until now. What did the finance minister let slip this week? That they would take the overreaching powers of the Emergency Act regarding financial controls and make them permanent, particularly as they relate to crowdsourcing and cryptocurrencies. In other words, in a moment when Canadians are allowing the government to have absolute power, the government is using that opportunity to slip in some permanent changes. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just making an observation, and I'm hoping that people pick up on this discussion and really pay attention. Madam Speaker, these emergency powers are significant. What are the people of Saskatoon West saying about this? Cora, in my riding, said, quote, "This language of hate and division needs to stop. Love and kindness is the only way forward. I can't help but wonder if we continue on this path, how long it will take for myself to be on the receiving side of hate from our government because of policies that go against my well-intended morals and values.
Exactly.
It's only a matter of time, and I'm scared," end quote. Well, I'm scared too. Matthew said this, quote, "As a constituent of your riding, I just wanted to voice my extreme concern that the federal government of Canada has implemented this measure over a peaceful protest. I know you're part of the opposition, and I have been glad to see some of the members of your party speak plainly to the Canadian people. I don't typically take the time to get involved in politics, but it's absolutely disgusting what's going on right now. I'm embarrassed to be a Canadian at this point," end quote. We should all be embarrassed, Madam Speaker.
Many people.
A recent immigrant from Bangladesh told me plainly, quote, "Things going on in Ottawa is very sad. The Prime Minister is becoming a dictator. People around the globe know Canada as a calm and peaceful nation. We love friendly, peaceful Canada, and that is why we moved to Canada. Please raise your united voice in the House against all kinds of violence," end quote. The Prime Minister is embarrassing Canada on a global scale. But all is not lost, Madam Speaker. My home province of Saskatchewan shone a beacon of hope last week for Canada. We ended the vaccine passport system on February 14th, the very same day the Prime Minister took his drastic step federally. I've listened to my constituents, unlike the Prime Minister, who attempts to shut down opposing voices. Madam Speaker, I have much more to say, but my time is up. So in summary, the Prime Minister has created this situation. He has the power to make it worse, the power to make it better. I pray he chooses wisely.
Well said. Very good. One of the best ones. One of the only ones that gets
questions.
Okay, everybody, I'm out. You can watch this on cpac.ca if you want to continue watching without my brilliant commentary. I'm sorry that I have to go, but it was fun. Thank you for all the great comments. You all were great. And I will see you all next week. Be sure to like before you leave. Be sure to subscribe before you leave. If you haven't already, please be sure that you do that. And word of the day was swastickers. Thank you. And I'll be here 2 o'clock next week. And thank you guys. Again, subscribe, like, and again, cpac.ca if you want to continue to watch. And yeah, hopefully this vote goes in the right direction. I really pray that it does. So, all right. Thanks again, everybody. Thanks for being here. Bye, guys.